Good evening, members of the board, public. The time is 5:03, and we are going to get started with the Design Review Board meeting of July 23rd, 2026. The meeting is now called to order. During the meeting, please refrain from talking among yourselves during the meeting, and please turn off or put on vibrate all cell phones at this time. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current DRB agendas and staff reports are available by visiting our website at glendaleca.gov. Records of decisions for all projects will be posted online on the Development Services Division website. A handout describing the procedures of the meeting, possible board decisions, and DRB appeal is available from staff. And please note that any appeal of any case heard today must be filed within 15 calendar days of the DRB decision date. Meetings are also archived on the city website for viewing anytime at glendaleca.gov/agendas. I'll go ahead and call the roll call. Board Member Lockeriff.
Present.
Board Member Welch.
Present.
Board Member Koskanian.
Present.
Chair Halajian.
Present.
And Board Member Simonian is absent. Reports regarding the posting of agenda. The agenda for today's regular meeting of the Glendale Design Review Board was posted on the city website and on the bulletin board in front of City Hall on July 6th, 2026. The first item we have is the approval of Design Review Board minutes from June 25th, 2026. We didn't have a meeting 2 weeks ago. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from 2 meetings ago?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, motion from Board Member Koskanian, second from Board Member Lockeriff. The meeting minutes are approved. Oral communication. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes. Design review members may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. Mr. Chair, do we have any card for oral communication for items not on the agenda?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any old business, and in terms of new business, we have 4 cases tonight. First case is 2009 West Mountain Street. Case planner is Dennis Joe. This is a return for redesign. And then we have 3 new single-family residences proposed for La Vista Terrace, 1510, 1516, and 1520. But to get the meeting started, we'll start with 2009 West Mountain Avenue, and I will give the mic to Mr. Joe here.
Okay, great, thank you. This first item is a return for redesign item, so this will be for the board's second review. The previous item was reviewed last year in November 2025. I'm just going to jump right into the project location, description, and then after that, I'm going to go over staff's analysis of the redesign in comparison to the first design, and also in comparison to the board's conditions. Okay. Sorry, I'm having some technical issues with the keyboard. Okay. The property is generally located in northwest Glendale, approximately a 10,000 square foot interior lot zoned R1R. It is a long, elongated property in shape with a 50-foot frontage and a depth of 200 linear feet. It's surrounded by single-family uses, zone R1R to the east and west, R1 to the south, and the city of Burbank, which single-family properties are to the north. This is a street view of the property in question here. The property is developed with an existing one-story, approximately 2,100 square foot dwelling with a detached garage at the rear, constructed in 1941. It is in a minimal traditional style, finished with brick veneer, stucco, asphalt-clad shingle, roof, and a combination of modified horizontal siding and sliding and fixed windows throughout the building. The topography is relatively flat with a subtle incline towards the rear of the lot as it slopes away from Mountain Street. In regards to the proposed project's site planning, the project proposes to construct a 102 square foot garage addition at the front, 128 square foot addition at the rear, convert an approximately 400 square foot of existing floor area to a new two-car garage facing the street. It proposes to construct a 1,356 square foot second level with a rear balcony and patio cover, demolish the rear detached garage, and also the new driveway, walkway, planter walls, new landscaping at the front yard, which portions of it will extend into the right-of-way shown here in yellow. Public Works did not express concerns with the improvements in the right-of-way, as it will require an encroachment permit. In terms of the revised planning, the site plan of the revised design, the building's footprint will not extend closer to the street, as it will remain a 25-foot setback. And the new street-facing attached garage is complementary to the garage patterns of the immediate neighborhood, as attached and detached garages are exhibited throughout the neighborhood. In terms of mass and scale, the project will construct a new second level above a one-story building, extending the height of the building. Overall, the building will follow the massing of the existing adjacent buildings, and it appears to be appropriate with the changes since the board's first review. Additional discussion about the redesign's transitional mass will be provided on later slides. But on this slide here, it just shows how the building, it does follow the mass and scale of the adjacent properties. In terms of the project's design and detail, the materials really haven't changed. It maintains and consists of a modern exterior materials, which includes smooth stucco, dark gray black porcelain tile siding, matte black aluminum cladded fascia, glass balcony railings, and a black glass garage door. This is the rendering of the original design, which the board in November last year rendered a return for redesign with several conditions. In the first, I'm going to talk about the mass and scale. As an overview of mass and scale and the board's conditions, the first was a step back the second level addition away from the street to better respect the surrounding fabric and reduce the visual impact of a large monolithic building wall. The second was, in regards to mass and scale, was the two-story double height volume at the front entry should diminish the box-like appearance and ensure clear differentiation between the areas with a two-story height and those limited with a single-story volume. And in green, remove the non-structural column element above the proposed attached garage facing the street to assist with the reduction in mass and scale of the project. And in this slide here is the revised design. To address the board's first comment in regards to mass and scale, bedroom number 4 above the garage was eliminated, which the two-story volume above the garage was set back approximately an additional 12 feet in comparison to the initial design reviewed by the board by programming the second level above the garage, removing the second level bedroom above the garage and the outdoor balcony. Additionally here, as you can see in green, that non-structural column above the garage was removed as well. Staff believes these changes satisfy the board's comments in regards to the project's additions above the garage. However, staff has minor comments about the parapet walls above the garage, as it still gives an appearance of the balcony. Staff suggests, maybe with a condition of revising the roof design above the garage by lowering the parapet or incorporating a modern sloped roof, such as in cladding it with like a standing seam roof to complement the design, to further reduce the perceiving mass in the tall walls facing the street. In regards to the double height front entry, the applicant had revised the drawings, which preserves the existing one-story building's front entry, which you can see here in yellow, and construct the two-story double height volume behind it, creating a 10 by 19 outdoor patio, which is open to the sky, creating an appearance of a step back massing away from the street. So while the project maintains a double height volume with a two-story height, staff believes with that maintaining the existing facade of the one-story building and creating that outdoor patio, it creates a step-back appearance with transitional massing away from the street. And in regards to the original project site planning, the board provided 4 conditions, which were reduce the driveway width of the 2-car garage to comply with the zoning standards and provide a 5-foot landscape strip. So you can see on the left-hand side here is the original design. As you can see, the driveway extended to the interior property line. The revised drawing of the site plan is on the right-hand side. They included a 5-foot wide strip, which the driveway width matches the width of the garage door opening. And the second comment the board had implemented in regards to site planning was substitute the marathon grass with very low or low plantings identified on B. Waterwise and Wucols, which the grass was replaced with a variety identified on those websites, such as buffalo grass or fescue, which will be interwoven with the lavender, olive trees, and deer grass and Westringia. This is not really shown on the drawing. It's just stating that the marathon grass was just removed, and they're going to be using a California-friendly variety. The third comment in regards to site planning was to reduce the 8-foot wide at-grade staircase with and hardscape walkway. On the left-hand side, once again, that's the original design. That had a 8-foot wide, a 9-foot, 6-inch wide hardscape. I apologize. The original design had an 8-foot wide walkway. It was redesigned with a wider pathway at 9 feet 6 inches. But I'll allow the applicant to speak to that in their thoughts behind it, so the board can share their thoughts with the applicant, or maybe they share their thoughts with the project. And the last one in regards to site planning, it was to eliminate the retainer planter walls and soil fill at the front to minimize the land formation and create a more gradual walkway from the street to the building's front entry with a flatter transition at the center section. And in lieu of the retaining walls, investigating incorporating a knoll to provide a terrain variation and visual interest. So on the screen here, once again on the left to be consistent, you can see the design had retaining walls in the front. The applicant had removed the fill and the retaining walls so that it maintains that natural transition or without walls of the grade, just subtly going towards the front entry. In regards to fenestration, the board had conditioned restudy the fenestration at the side elevation so that the window shape and proportions should complement the architectural design. On the left-hand side is the original design. On the right-hand side is the revised design. No changes on the east elevation. Very minimal changes have made on the west elevations. But if I may offer some comment, since the bedroom above the garage was relocated, so it does push away the visibility of those windows that were there before. And you can only really see the step back volume of the rear. But in regards to finishes, during the first review, it was reduced the amount of number of fixtures. And on here we can show outline in red the number of fixtures that they had before, so that to avoid a overlit illuminated facade. And the applicant had removed all sconces on the walls, and is now, and I just learned this right now, is going to be providing recessed lightings in the eaves. Maybe perhaps we can discuss that, and not overlaying the facades, and maybe we can incorporate a condition to limit them maybe adjacent to or near entryways and walkways. And then last, the condition was in regards to the glass door. The board had requested to put like a non-reflective film. The applicant had detailed an anti-reflective matte material. Staff's suggestion is prior to plan check, they provide the product specs so that we can verify that, and then we'll put that in the construction drawings so that when the permit is issued, that can be verified as to out in the field. But overall, staff does recommend approval with conditions. In short, the first condition was just talking about the roof design above the garage, maybe reducing the parapet height above it to reduce the tall walls over there. One suggestion the staff is offering, maybe it can be a sloped roof and you can use a modern material such as a standing seam roof or something, or even, once again, maybe just reducing the height of the parapet. The second one and the third one the conditions staff is recommending, they're both relating to prior to plan check submittals. It's just verifying one, location of the lights, and that's going to be the recessed lights. And number 3, prior to plan check submittal, it was just the detail of the anti-reflective glass door. And the last one, number 4, is that the fenestration pattern should be further studied to better complement the overall architectural design. But this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions to the staff? No. Okay, thank you. Would like to invite the applicant or the project architect to please state your name.
Chris Andreasen.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Thank you, Dennis, for your presentation. I want to start off by saying we took your feedback very seriously and use it as an opportunity to further refine the project. The redesign was not just an exercise in removing square footage or changing isolated elements. Our goal was to improve the overall composition and create a home that feels lighter, proportional, and more integrated into the surrounding neighborhood. In response to your initial comments from the first round, we stepped back the second-story mass and transformed the original double-heighted entry volume into an open courtyard. This helped reduce the perceived bulk of that mass while introducing additional light and air into the interior spaces. We also removed elements contributing to the project's massing, as well as substantially increasing the landscape presence at the front yard and softening the transition from the street to the entry. Collectively, these revisions allowed us to create a facade composition that feels lighter, more balanced and articulated, and better integrated into the surrounding area. Thank you again for your feedback. I look forward to hearing your comments this evening.
Thank you. Questions?
Mr.
No,
Chair.
go ahead.
So there was reference made to the widening of the front walkway. Can you speak to that, please?
Okay, I think the original one was 9 or 8.3, 8.6?
I think it was 8.
8.6, I dropped it
Apologize.
down
I think it was
to,
about, I'll reference it
It
up. Below. It
dropped
was
it. I
8
think it's
feet,
like-
and then I know the final design has 9 feet 6 inches.
I think it's 7 feet, 6 inches.
7 feet?
Yeah, because I did a 5x5 initial landing, and next to the 5, looking at it horizontally, there's a 2.5x5 where I wanted to offset different heights. So if the first step is, let's say, 0 to 6 inches, that 2.5 portion would be 0 to 1 foot, and we could put a planter there and just offset them so that it breaks apart, because I know the original comment was that it's very monolithic and stagnant, so I wanted to break that apart, some planters and offsetting heights.
So just staff is concurring with him. It's actually 7 feet now. Maybe I referenced maybe an older drawing. So it is 7 feet now. So
It's just to be clear, it's 7'6", right?
it is.
Yeah, 5 and 2.5,
Yeah.
Yes.
so 7.5.
And originally it was 8'6".
I believe so, yes.
I can verify that. Yeah.
And there's now planter areas on both sides of the stairs, including
Yes.
one separating from the driveway.
Yeah, originally there was a larger retaining wall, and the board made a great comment last time, if a car was to park, how are they gonna open the door? So that made a lot of sense, so we kept the one on the left-hand side, which the board seemed to appreciate, and I got rid of the one on the right-hand side.
And what reactions do you have to the comment about the parapet height and potentially adjusting that?
The parapets got dropped down a little bit. On the right-hand side, we completely removed it. On the left-hand side, I know initially the board liked that it went into the driveway, but after speaking with building and safety, I had to keep that entire driveway portion clear, so reduced the amount that it projected into the driveway portion. But the heights on that side are fairly minimal. The right-hand side was the one that was way taller that got completely removed.
If I'm looking at section 3 on page A6.1, it still looks like that parapet is elevated a fair bit.
I'm sorry, we're talking about the retaining wall or the parapet?
No, parapet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought we were talking about the retaining
No,
walls.
parapet.
My mistake. Parapet, yeah, that hasn't changed. We didn't really brush up on that. I don't think that was one of the conditions or specifically stated in the first round. Otherwise, I would have made revisions to it, but not objected to making those revisions.
Okay. And any thought about a different roof form potentially instead of just
Yeah, I
the
think-
flat roof with parapets?
I think standing seam might be the best case. Just to clarify, it's not a parapet, it goes all the way up. The issue is, well, it's not really an issue, but the entire interior space is composed of a 2-foot bottom of the ceiling to the top of the next floor. That way I could fit all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing through that soffit space. So that's kind of why.
Oh, I understand
it-
that on the, that's between the first floor and the second floor. I'm talking about the top roof, the second floor roof.
I thought the initial comment was for above the garage, right?
Staff is just, yes, it's above the garage, so if we're referencing here, on the slide here, it would be above the garage door, so we have this extended tall wall, which was in the former drawings, it would have been a balcony. It's just staff's opinion was, since they reduced the volume back and they eliminated the balcony, we could reduce that tall wall above that, like a head height above it, and then reduce that appearance. And staff just made some suggestions, such as lowering the parapet height, or even adding a sloped roof, or some type of, with like a standing seam, or something that would complement the modern style.
I want to have an understanding here on the second floor roof. Now I'm talking about above the courtyard space.
Yes.
Does the roof extend and cover over that space?
Not completely.
How far does it do it?
I don't have the plans in front of me. I think if.
I will I'll pull up the drawings, I apologize.
Roughly 6 out of the 10 feet is covered.
6 out of the 10 feet. Okay. So it's largely covering it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think there is a 24-foot difference from the bottom of that roof to the ground.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions for now.
A question, going back to that roof above the garage.
Yes.
I'm seeing the garage, you were mentioning it was for mechanical purposes, that you needed that thickness, but it's above the garage, so potentially you might not need that space in that area. And also the garage itself has a 10-foot ceiling height. Was there any, is it possible to bring that down? in
Yeah,
terms of
so
your-
the grade level of the garage, if the grade level of the house is at 0, the grade level of the garage is at, I believe, -2.5. So that also gives an extremely high appearance from the exterior, which is why it reads that way. But if we were to change and put a, let's say, a standing seam sloped roof,
It's plenty of
it's,
space.
yeah,
Yeah,
plenty of space.
yeah, okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? No? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
I only have the applicant card, so I don't have additional speakers. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers.
No callers, okay. So at this point, I would like to go ahead and close the public hearing portion of the of this and move into deliberation. So, Board Member Welsh, would you like to begin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By and large, I think the applicant has done a good job reacting to our requests. And I think that we can move ahead with the project. I think that I do have a few suggestions or comments that I'd like to make. Number one, lights, recessed lights in eaves, I don't think is really good, especially if they're on the second floor. That overlights the facade. It becomes very intrusive to the neighborhood. So much better to have shielded sconces and things like that. You've created this little courtyard there, so you can do a decent amount of lighting in there, because that's an appropriate place for it. It's an entryway. It's a patio, so I think that makes sense. Having something that is for the garage area and the gates on the sides, I think that makes sense. But I would limit anything further, especially on the front and side facades. What you do in the rear, I think you have more leeway. That's the private space, that's the entertaining space, so I get that. But I always try to make sure that we don't overlight facades, keep the neighborhoods, more darker, just spotlighting at locations, or maybe some landscape lighting, staircase lighting. All of those things are fine. I agree with the suggestion of doing sort of a adjusted roof line in that garage area. Standing seam metal roof seems okay. I think the overhang of the parapet roofs is still a little much. I think I'd like to see them pulled back a bit, It doesn't have to come all the way back to the facade, but, and I understand in the entryway area that you want to have protection from the weather in that space, but 6 feet out seems a lot. So I would like to see that maybe pulled back a little bit, and I'd like to hear my fellow board members' comments on that. But aside from that, again, I support moving the project forward. I think all we're talking about here are some tweaks, so I think that we can condition appropriately to allow it to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Lush. Board Member, go ahead. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
that's okay. Just thank you to staff for the clear comparison of our comments. It was really helpful to see that, and thank you to the applicant for picking up all those comments. So while I agree that for the most part, things were addressed, and I do think staff's proposal of the standing seam roof is a great idea. It will help reduce the mass, and I concur with the lighting. I think under eave lighting is effective if it's low, but that high up it's going to be quite bright. So I do think that sconces are more appropriate. And we should, in the condition, I would like to see it limited to the where the entries, as mentioned. And then in terms of the main roof, I do agree that it's still heavy, and how that's addressed, maybe it's worked through with staff, but I think that bringing it back is a good suggestion, like bringing it in a little bit, because 6 feet is quite far, given that it's not going to serve as much of a purpose because it's so high up, and it just adds to the massing. Let's see what else. That's it. I think largely I support the project moving forward. I think overall these are minor conditions, and so I'd love to hear what my colleagues think.
Thank you, Board Member Lockroft. Board Member Cascano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really liked the redesign. I think you guys have done a great job, and I appreciate you taking the comments and actually doing a really good job with the redesign. So I concur with our fellow board members. I think I concur with staff with their recommendations, and with Board Member Welch's comments regarding the light. Definitely want to see it more limited towards like the entryways. So if we can have that as a condition, and then agree with bring that main roof back a little bit. So overall, yeah, I think you've done a great job, and I'm excited to see it come out.
Thank you, Board Member Cascanian. I too support the project, and again, thank you for taking the effort to incorporate the comments during the first review. And thank you, Board Member or staff, for putting a beautiful presentation together that highlights what's original and what's new. And I agree. I mean, a lot of the comments have been made here, but just if we're pulling that roof overhang further back, should we say a foot or two, or some guidelines? I mean, or should we let the applicant can work with the staff?
I'm usually inclined to let the applicant work it out with staff because we don't exactly know how it's going to look if we dictate a footage, you know, and I think that they have some discretion to work with the applicant to make something that looks okay and makes sense, you know, physically.
Okay. So the suggestion is to pull it back and work with the staff and okay. Yeah, that's sounds great, and yeah, I support the project to move forward. So, thank you.
Can staff just ask for maybe general advisement in regards to reducing the eaves? Would it be appropriate to say at least to recede to at least a maximum extended length of 3 feet?
Yeah, I would say so. But,
I have no
Yeah.
objection to that. I
Yeah.
mean,
I have no objection to that. I mean, some overhang is to be expected. We're just looking to lessen it from an excessive amount.
Great, thank you. That's all.
thank you.
I would also be open to reduction in that parapet height, too.
Yes, actually, I would like to
Yeah,
make
I
sure
mean-
we study that as well, because it seems a little tall. Doesn't need to be that tall.
Okay. Board Member Welsh, maybe I missed it when I was writing, but he did mention a point to avoid using recessed lightings in the eaves as they're on the second level facade. Maybe returning the sconces, and I imagine that, we're going to be limiting it to maybe just a single one adjacent to, or maybe two adjacent to doorways, maybe adjacent to a walkway or something like that. Just
Exactly, adjacent to gates, doorways, garage door, you
garage,
know, walkways and things like that.
okay. That's staff has no other further clarifications. Thank you.
So with that, I'll move it for approval with conditions as we laid out just now. Do you need to read back on the conditions, or?
No, I think staff is pretty clear.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Who seconded? Joseph.
I seconded it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, this will be roll call. Board Member Luckriff.
Yes.
Board Member Kaskanian.
Yes.
Board Member Welsh.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair Halajian.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. If you have speaker card, I'll take those. Thank you. Pardon me?
Give them some if you want to distribute. So this next item, are we ready? Or close? If it's the same one that's inside, that we uploaded, then we do. So it's what we talked about.
Say it's part of, you know.
Let me know when you'd like me to start. Okay, so this next item is one of three, okay? So the property involves, there's three separate property. The project has separate case numbers, 3 different addresses, okay? It's a proposed development encompassing 3 new single-family homes on 3 separate lots. I'm going to be reviewing and going over the project at 1510 La Vista Terrace. My colleague is going to go over 1516, that would be Nick, and Shohei is going to go over 1520 La Vista Terrace. Okay? So we're going to focus our attention right now with me on 1510 La Vista Terrace. Good. I think it's clear. Okay. So, again, there are 3 homes proposed for development on La Vista Terrace. The property is located in Verdugo Woodlands West, west of Cañada Boulevard, north of Wabasso Way, in the R1R District 2 single-family neighborhood along La Vista Terrace, which is kind of off of Wabasso Way. The subject site for 1510 is approximately 16,343 square feet. It's an irregular shaped lot on a downhill hillside vacant site. It slopes downward from La Vista Terrace. Average current slope is approximately 34.28%. And let me just confirm. I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat that. 32.8%. And the average current slope of the building footprint is 41.35%. Because it's over 40% at the building footprint, that average current slope, per zoning regulations, in this case, a 3-story house is allowed within a 32-foot overall height envelope, okay? That's why this particular parcel is developed or proposed to develop a 3-story home in this case. There are oak trees, protected oaks on the property. According to the arborist report, there are 24 trees, including 15 on the subject site and 9 that are within 20 feet of the site. Out of the 24 total trees, 14 trees are protected oaks, which are identified, noting that 8 are on the subject site and 6 are located within 20 feet of the property. Specifically, oak tree number 23 on the subject site is noted to be in the immediate vicinity of the proposed residence. So construction, there are mitigation measures that will need to be addressed. This project has been also reviewed by our city urban forestry team. They have provided comments. The applicant is here so he can further address because he has also been communicating with our urban forestry team. But the oak tree, that particular one, is proposed to be preserved, and that is noted in the plans as well, okay? In terms of grading, I just wanted to go over that it would include 422 cubic yards is being proposed of grading. That includes, and that's total, that would include 389 cubic yards of cut and 33 cubic yards of fill, okay? That's being proposed. And these are images of the current subject site along La Vista Terrace as well, and then an aerial view, okay? In terms of the proposed development, this one again is at 1510 is proposed to be a new 3-story, approximately 3,284 square feet, with an attached 532 square foot garage. That would include approximately 190 square feet on the ground or street level where the garage is located, and then 1,592 approximately square feet along the mid-level, and then 1,502 approximately on the lower level. Also, the project does propose new retaining walls at the back and some low curbs at the front, and a new swimming pool at the rear of the new house. There is a new proposed pool deck that is proposed as part of the project. We discussed already some of these points regarding the lot area at 16,343 square feet. Noted that it is a downhill, irregular, downhill slope, sloping north to south in an irregular shaped form, 78.61 feet of street frontage, and then we've already discussed the average current slope and the building footprint current slope. And this is the site plan proposed for the project, and also highlighted is the existing oak tree number 23 that is proposed to be preserved. So some site sections that, well, let me go back really quick. I want to discuss a little bit about site planning further. So we talked about a little bit about the new construction of the house, and in terms of the placement, the proposed house will be situated towards the front of the lot following the contours of the site. Additionally, placement of the detached garage towards the front of the lot is being proposed, and the project is proposed to follow the contours of the site, which is appropriate to the site and the neighborhood. The project complies with the required 15-foot front setback, as well as the 10-foot interior setback requirements, which is consistent with the neighborhood character and the prevailing setbacks along La Vista Terrace. Also, the subject site, again, which slopes downward at approximately 32.8% is the average current slope. And as a result, the proposed house follows the natural topography, stepping down from La Vista Terrace, which is consistent with the hillside design guidelines. In terms of vehicular access to the garage, the main entry to the house, as well as the garage, is provided off of La Vista Terrace. The project features decorative driveway paving, providing a driveway length of 18 feet in compliance with the zoning code, and the overall the garage, the location of the driveway, the material is appropriate to the site, to the existing site and the proposed adjacent development along La Vista Terrace. Also, the project will comply with ungraded open space, providing 72% of ungraded open space, thereby preserving the natural hillside below the development in an undisturbed condition. Overall, the new building location and the garage design are complementary to the site and the neighborhood. We talked a little bit about the proposed deck and the balconies. They are oriented towards the south of the property, overlooking the hillside. And while the new deck may be visible from an adjacent properties located below the hillside, as well as the street below on Wabasso Way, considering the distance between the house, the deck, and the property lines, the neighboring residents, together with a condition that staff is suggesting perhaps to incorporate additional tall plant landscaping at around the base of the deck, in addition to what's being proposed. Potentially, that would help ensure adequate screening from the surrounding properties is provided. And that's another way to address any potential privacy concerns that have been raised by some of the neighbors. So both the balcony and the deck appear to be appropriately located at the rear of the site, or the rear of the house, rather. Here's some renderings of the proposal. We've already discussed the square footages, so I'm not going to go over that again. And these renderings are in your packet as well. In terms of the neighborhood context, they're primarily two-story homes in the neighborhood. The adjacent parcels below the hill and off to the west and to the north. There's north of La Vista, but it's accessed kind of around the cul-de-sac towards the north side. Those are two-story homes as well. It's just a photo of, or an image of the existing properties to the north, and then across, that would be across the street off of La Vista, and to the south and our west side, which again are 2 stories, and then identifying the oaks on and around the property. The proposed landscape plan, it meets the 40% landscape requirements. The project is proposing 74% landscaping, drought tolerant. Planting is being proposed throughout. Again, the new swimming pool deck is featured behind the house, so overall, the landscaping and the new swimming pool and the retaining walls are appropriate to the site and the neighborhood. We've already discussed one of staff's conditions regarding incorporating some additional landscaping, so that is identified in the report. This is the proposed roof plan. It does mention, it does call out gutters, and I'm just bringing this up only because it's one of the conditions that staff noted earlier to be a little bit more specific regarding the downspouts. Yes, there are some letters that mention DS, but we just wanted clarity that that is in fact referring to downspouts, and just to provide a detail for clarity purposes. And here we have the floor plan, which you have in your packet, the garage level to the far left, well, to the far right, rather. And then the lower and the upper levels. Let's go straight to the design. So the proposed house features, this is the street view, by the way, on the top of your screen, features a modern architectural style incorporating design elements such as a flat roof, smooth trowel stucco finish, an off-white color with dark blue gray color accent color combination, white rectangular clay tile cladding, black metal and glass garage door, black aluminum colored windows, and a custom wood entry door. Wood details and glass railing. Overall, the design and detailing of the building are consistent with the architectural concept, and the building's proportions are appropriate to the project and the surrounding neighborhood. Has a 1-story appearance from the street. As it steps down towards the rear is where you would actually be able to see the 3-story volume. And in terms of the height, again, although it is a 3-story, again, in comparison to the 2-story, primarily 2-story neighborhood, again, it does have that 1-story appearance. It slopes down, combined with the fact that it's a compact footprint at the lower levels away from the street and below street grade. It significantly reduces the perceived visual impact of the building's height. So overall, the proposed residence responds appropriately to the existing topography, its form, its profile, following the natural contours of the site, minimizing alterations to existing landforms. As shown on in the elevation drawings, the residence presents, again, the 1-story appearance from the street with the lower level living areas stepping down to follow the natural slope of the site, consistent with the applicable design guidelines. This approach minimizes the perceived mass and scale of the residence from the street front, adjacent properties, and the neighboring street below to the south. A condition is included, a suggestion to call out site landscaping lighting on the site plan and to show and call out all light fixtures on the building. We do have the sconces, but it just wanted to have a little bit more clarity as to where it's going to be located on the building. And we've discussed a little bit more about the other conditions, so I won't bring it up regarding the additional landscaping that's being suggested by staff. We talked about the overall height being a maximum 32 feet in compliance with the zoning code. And we've talked a little bit already about the style of the windows. They're flush style windows with an operation, a combination of both fixed and sliding and some casement. Mainly casement and fixed with one slider, consistent with the modern architectural design. We do have one suggested condition requesting to revise the window schedule to include information regarding the frame type, for example, nail-on, in this case for new construction. But overall, the window material, style, and installation and material are all appropriate to the style of the house. We already talked about the other condition that staff's requesting a little bit more information regarding the downspouts, so I won't cover that any further. And this is the proposed material board palette, which features, again, modern materials incorporating design elements such as the flat roof, smooth trowel stucco finish, and overall, the design detailing of the building are consistent with the architectural concept. We already discussed staff recommendations. They're pretty straightforward. Specify the height of the proposed non-retaining wall at the rear west side of the patio deck in compliance with the zoning code. Provide more information in the packet regarding, in the architectural set regarding details of junctions where different materials intersect. Call out the landscape lighting on the site plan and show the fixtures on the building, limiting to their locations to entry and balcony patio doors. Identify or clearly identify the downspouts, but mainly providing a detail. And we talked about the landscaping, to add additional landscape to, again, address or mitigate any potential visibility from the street below of that deck and the pool deck area at the rear, and to comply with all the various departmental comments, including the city's arborist report comments indicated in their memo. In addition, as part of the exhibits, we did have the proposed geotech report in there for your review, and that was also part of the attachments included with the report, as well as the tree report prepared by the arborist of record. We did receive several correspondence. We did forward those all to you, the ones that we have received throughout the course of time for this project. That would conclude my presentation at this time. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Questions to this?
Recommending, by the way, approval with conditions if I wasn't.
Thank you. Any questions to the staff?
No.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
will turn it over to,
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. Would like to invite the project architect or the applicant to speak. If you can please state your
Good
name.
evening. My name is Alan Malikian. I'm the project architect for 1510 La Vista. I have prepared a presentation, but I was hoping that we would have all three projects because they're all integrated together. I have received all the letters, all the correspondence, all the concerns. So a lot of the presentation was designed to kind of emphasize what we're dealing with, which are 3 legal lots being built on a legal street with a legal access. So that is a highlight of, everyone needs to understand that everything is being done without asking any variances or any kind of special approvals. The extra effort we have put in, not only for this project, but all the projects have been to preserve as much as the oak trees as possible. There's quite a bit. Our arborist is here if you have questions. We have had, I've had direct communication with the city arborist trying to figure out some of these conditions that we have. And I'm glad that you received the SOLS report, because one of the concerns that the neighbors had to do with the stability of the hillside. And so the hillside is a downhill. It is I don't know if you had a chance to review it, but you'll see that the bedrock is within a foot and a half of the topsoil. So we have a very, very good site condition. I think the challenge is to, again, be able to preserve the trees the best we can. There are a lot of the kind of summary of the concerns, but what I want to do is, if it's okay, if you have any questions for this, I'll go ahead and answer, and then I can do the final presentation on the last project, and then I can present, if that's okay. If not, then is that okay with staff, or do we want to do full presentation on this one,
Since-
partial.
Since we're doing case by case, I would like to stick to 1510,
Okay,
and then
Okay,
if we have any
then,
questions or
yeah, it's,
if you
okay.
have any comments, so.
Okay, then, okay, let me see how we're gonna do this. I was hoping that we were gonna do all of them together. I'll try to stop right at 1510, and then at the end of, and you guys have the packet, at the end, I was gonna address some of the neighborhood architectural concerns that the neighbors have brought up. So at the end, I try to address that. And then also I've added some renderings that combine all the projects together. So why don't we just go ahead and do a very quick kind of a highlight of the 1510. The staff did a great job explaining. We've worked together quite a bit, dealing with 3 different planners, so we had a lot of communication between all of us. I've included this site, which is very important, that it highlights all the protected trees. There is a concern about privacy, which is very, very apparent with a lot of the neighbors. We would, the same goes the other way, that we would like to have privacy from our deck. So if any planting or any trees that we can do, fencing or anything, obviously within the parameters of protecting, not damaging the trees, we would love to do that. Obviously, new planting needs new irrigation, adding more irrigation under the oak trees. Those are conditions that I need to make sure that our arborist is going to be okay with, as well as the city arborist. So the way that we've done it is that we've brought the driveway in, we have pedestrian access, and as you can see, we follow the hillside guidelines. It is stepping down. It's a very subtle slope, but within the footprint is over 40%, therefore we were able to get the 3 stories. As the upper right corner of the lower deck is almost on grade. So literally, we're carving into the grade. It's level. You can step out and walk on the back. Whereas on the south side, we're going to have approximately about a 4.5 foot of little retaining wall that you've probably seen that on the renderings. Next slide, please. So the conditions that we have, again, the height, we will address that. We'll get that over to staff. The detail, I've included a detail. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so the detail we have in the plans right now as it's going through the engineering and permitting process. We have 2 J-mold, essentially a fry riglet aluminum. The one that is facing the street is going to be painted to match the wall, and then the one that is facing the side, which is the stone, will have the stone finish. So you'll have a very clean, smooth joint that is coming together at the corner. So that is true for we can probably go back to this because the same condition was asked on the next project, so this would be standard on both. As far as the landscape lighting, absolutely. We'll work on that. We'll try to get as best as we can, work with the landscape architect we have on board, and we'll place those appropriately, highlight any trees that we want, any oak trees or anything that we want. I am not a big proponent of shining big light up into the trees, more dramatic, low lights around the perimeter. That would be the case. As far as the lighting for the building itself, obviously we're not gonna propose any kind of a lighting that is shine away. It would be within the deck itself. That would be the plan. And then there was a question about the downspouts, which I've highlighted on the plans. These are some of the cleaner renderings, so the neighborhood can, the people that are here can see. And that's it for this one, for 1510.
Thank you. Questions to the architect?
Yes, so on this particular site, 1510, there are no oak trees being removed.
That is a plan, that is correct.
That is correct on this site, okay. And the notion of having some taller landscape elements below that seemed like you were amenable to that?
Absolutely,
and- 'cause
absolutely.
you
I
want
mean,
privacy for yourself. right?
Privacy goes both ways, so absolutely, planting them, if we can, if we're allowed, yes.
Do you know the height differential between the floor elevation of that lowest level and the neighboring yards, their backyard
That's a good
elevations?
question. I would probably, if I have to guess, I would probably in the range of about 25 to 30 feet difference.
Okay. It's certainly at
oh-
least 15 feet, because the lowest mark at the property line is about 955 versus
Yeah, I don't have
970.
that.
So
Yeah, but
that's
one
15
thing.
feet, so it's more than 15 feet,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And one thing that I've also, I missed putting that in the plan, but I just asked the office to give me, the closest corner of the 1510 to the closest structure to the south is 66 feet away.
66 feet.
66 feet.
Okay.
And that is actually also almost 67 feet on the north corner of the stairs walking, not the building, but the actual property line to the adjacent northerly property, the house that is above the track homes on the top. So that's, from the property line to that structure is about 67.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
I have a quick question as well. Can you go to sheet A1 or D-A1, or basically the site plan with, I may be able to ask the question without it, but, so essentially, my question is, from the edge of the two-story volume to the face, on the downhill slope, to the face of the third story, the top story, what is that distance? Do you know? It looks like it's set back quite far.
you mean from the garage to the edge of the
Correct,
roof?
yeah.
It's actually, if you look at the plan, that is,
20 feet?
It's really
we're about 27 feet or
27
so.
feet. It's
Yeah,
quite far.
Approximately
Okay.
27 feet.
Thank you. That was just my main question. Thank you.
Questions? I have questions regarding the privacy related. So this oak tree, the site plan that you put together, you're showing all the protected oak trees. There are some gaps in between. What's the idea in terms
So,
of providing privacy?
Great question. If you go to the landscape plan that we've proposed, there is a landscape plan that we have. There. So within that area, there's going to be some low shrubbery, drought-tolerant planting that is going to be covering the ground at that area. So between the trees and so forth. So that was a proposal by our landscape architect.
And in terms of maintenance, is there going to be some type of stairway that can take you all the way down to maintain
Yeah,
these?
so the lowest level, actually, it's a pretty shallow, slope. Essentially, I can walk all the way down. I don't know if you had a chance to go there. But as far as the maintenance and everything from the side, it'll be just on grade. They can access that rather than putting steps and regrade that area.
Okay. So it mainly consists of shrubs and not necessarily
It's drought
trees.
tolerant, essentially, planting that is very minimal as far as the maintenance is.
And do they grow like tall? Like, is it like ground
So that's
level?
the thing.
Or is
So
it-
I want to take away from this the conditions. I want to discuss that with our landscape architect to be able to replace some of these some of these planting with some privacy plans.
Okay.
And that's my goal on this, to make sure everybody's happy with this.
The second question that I have in terms of, we talked about downspouts, but what is the idea of where are you discharging the water? Like, where is it
So
going?
that would be, actually, we have a civil engineer and we're working on that. So all the water is gonna be coming down and it's gonna go low point and it's gonna be pumped out to the, and it's gonna be filtered as far as the, some sort of a filtration and something, so.
And probably the reason you're proposing that is because of the bedrock. It's kind of like,
It's bedrock as well as the, distributing the water into these, eroding away, because you're gonna have a lot more water rather than absorbing properly. It's gonna come to a specific point. We wanna control that. If we can control with some, retainage barrels or something, that we can definitely do that, but at this moment, it's being controlled and pumped.
the idea is to have some retention basin and then pump that water to the.
That would be, yeah, if there is, and if we can, and I've had conversation with the civil and the landscape to see if we can actually recycle that for planting.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you. So for this address, 1510, I received 4 speaker cards. So I'm going to call in order I received them. So Eileen Hovsepian? Yes. So if you can state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Eileen Hovsepian, and I live at 1513 Wabasso Way, so I'm immediately downhill from the project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and to consider my concerns for this project. As I said, I immediately live downhill from this proposed project, so every major component of this hillside development will take place directly above the home where my family lives. I want to begin by saying that I'm not opposed to development. I recognize that this property has the right to be developed. My concern is whether this project is the right fit and design for this particular hillside. This project is more than the construction of a new home. It proposes substantial changes to a steep, environmentally sensitive hillside through grading, excavation, retaining walls, a large pool and pool deck, and construction near protected coast live oaks. The hillside contains, as I said, protected oak trees and is located in a high fire hazard severity zone, and it sits directly above existing homes, including mine. Because of those conditions, I believe every aspect of this project should be fully evaluated before construction begins. So first I want to talk about just like my concerns over the overall design. As I said before, it includes substantial grading, excavation, multiple retaining walls, a large pool and spa, and work near protected oak trees. But I believe these are not independent features, and they are all part of one integrated hillside project. Although I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, but I saw in there that the pool is under a separate permit, which I understand that that's, acceptable and may require a separate permit, but it's already included in the plans before the board tonight. And it's a significant component of the overall site design. So I respectfully ask that its impacts be considered together with the rest of the project rather than through a separate review. I just want to talk a little about the drainage and hillside safety. The departmental comments recognize that drainage behind the retaining walls is essential, and some drainage details will be addressed later. I simply ask the board to ensure those issues are resolved before construction begins. And again, because this property is located in a high fire hazard area, I also ask the board to confirm whether any portion of the drainage system requires mechanical pumping. That requires electricity, so I'm curious, how will it function during some kind of extended power outage, which is something we get pretty common in that area. I know Tree 23 and the Coast Live Oaks were discussed too, and that's something I'm also concerned about, especially Tree 23 because it's a mature Coast Live Oak next to the proposed pool and deck. They're more than just a landscape feature. Their mature root systems help stabilize soil, reduce erosion, and slow stormwater runoff, which is especially important on a steep hillside like this. The January 15, 2025 tree report concludes there will be no significant impact to Tree 23. Yet the same report requires protection fencing, arbor supervision, and hand excavation of the tree's roots. To me, those requirements acknowledge that the tree's root system could be affected by the work. Tree roots don't just keep the tree alive, they also help anchor the tree and the surrounding soil.
Eileen, I just want to point out, if you want to the time is up. I'm going to let you finish your thought,
sorry.
please.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you have final thoughts, I appreciate it. Yeah,
Well, the time is already up.
correct.
Oh, I thought you got 5 minutes.
3 minutes.
Oh, okay. My bad. I guess one more thing I want to say, the tree report also is expired. I would like it to be reevaluated. One more thing is just, I asked that the project be designed with built with the highest level of care. It's going to directly affect the families living below it. And one last thing, I just respect the request that the board require an updated tree report if possible. Evaluate the house, pool, and all related hillside improvements as one integrated project. And ensure the final design is fully supported by the necessary geotechnical and environmental protections for the neighboring homes below. Again, not a request to stop the project, just something to ensure the hillside project is duly evaluated before construction begins.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next. Pardon me? Yeah, next speaker, Andre Hovsepian. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Andre. I also live at 1513 Wabasso Way. That was my wife, so while I do want to emphasize her comments, I don't want to repeat them, so I'm going to touch on a few different points other than what she mentioned. So we do live directly below this hillside, so what I want to talk about really is neighborhood compatibility and privacy issues. We all live in generally modest homes around the area. I understand up there on La Vista, there's a bunch of huge homes up there, but generally in the Verdugo Woodlands, the homes are pretty modest and a lot of single-story homes. We live in a 2-bed, 1-bath, 1,300 square feet. The homes on either side of us, they're anywhere from 1,200 to 1,400 square feet with small backyards. This house at 32 feet, 3 stories, 3,300 square feet, pool, deck, spa, all the works, all of it, it seems a bit out of touch with the neighborhood, right? Again, these 3 modest homes on the bottom, and you kind of have this, I go look in my backyard and I look up and it's almost like this huge skyscraper just kind of staring into our backyard. Which leads me to my next point is I wanted to touch on the privacy. That's the thing, like when we bought the house, there was nothing up there, and I believe Glendale Code didn't allow you to build up there at the time. I think it was at 28%. So, and I'm not saying stop the development. I understand the codes have changed and they did it with no variance, and I respect all of that. But I also ask for neighborhood compatibility and privacy to be respected. So that being said, I do have some solutions I wanted to propose. The first would be, if possible, let's bring it down from 3 stories to 2 and set the second story back. I understand maybe from La Vista, it gives the impression of a single family home, but from our vantage point, it looks huge. I'm just gonna be honest. Additionally, if you could also scale it down from 32 feet to 20 feet, these 2 things alone will go a long way towards making it more compatible with the neighborhood and reducing the footprint and protecting our privacy. And when it comes down to the privacy, again, talking about the plants, I would like if along the property line, not along the deck, not just along the deck, as we're like right below it, and it seems like they can stare directly into our yard and into our home. If we could get some mature evergreen plants and trees planted, and I do mean like bigger ones, like 20 feet plus, to protect a lot of it. And last point I want to touch on is, I did want to touch on Oak Tree 23. If you go up there and you take a look at the story poles, they're going directly through the canopy of the oak tree. My understanding, I think it's Glendale Code 12.4, construction needs to be at least 1 foot outside of the canopy. So that is the last point I wanted to bring up, and that concludes my thoughts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. And just want to disclose that Andre and his wife, they did reach out to me to visit the site with them, and I complied, and I had a constructive conversation. Just want to disclose that for record. So, next speaker is Joanne Leon.
Can I actually revise mine to 1520?
Sure. Yeah.
The neighborhood address.
1520. Okay.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Paul Lewis.
I was here just to respond for.
You need to come to the podium, please, and state your name.
Paul Lewis. I was here to.
Please,
Paul-
speaker, yeah.
Paul Lewis, I was here just to respond to any questions regarding the oak trees.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're the landscape architect?
Well,
Okay.
the arborist.
Arborist, okay. Thank you, Paul. There's a rebuttal session after, so if we have any question, we'll let you know. Thank you. Next speaker for 1510, Kevin Harrington.
So I am a La Vista Terrace
If you can-
homeowner.
First, if you can
Oh, sorry,
please state your
Kevin
name.
Harrington is my name. I'm a La Vista Terrace homeowner. I'm here representing all 5 houses on La Vista Terrace. Every homeowner is adamantly opposed to this project, so let me take you through that, all right? We're not opposed to development, but this project, all 3 units are totally out of context with the neighborhood. Have any of you been there? You know the street. Okay. So I am asking the commission to deny the proposed construction of 3 new residences on our street because the project as submitted does not meet the findings required for approval under Glendale's zoning design review standards. First, the commission cannot make the required finding for safe and adequate circulation. La Vista Terrace is a single-access hillside street with one way in and one way out. The addition of 3 residences will materially increase traffic flow. It'll intensify parking congestion and reduce emergency access reliability, and this is not a trivial point. We have had problems with emergency service getting up there many times because randomly you'll get parked cars on the access road. Generally, it's open, but when parked cars are on that road, you cannot get a fire truck up there. I would also like you to know that the only fire hydrant serving the entire terrace is at the base of my property at 1501. Just think about that. All right. Second, the commission cannot make the finding for compatible height, massing, and scale. The proposed structures introduce excessive structural mass and height that will obstruct grandfathered views, long relied upon by existing homeowners. Glendale's zoning principles require minimized bulk, preserved view corridors where feasible, and massing that does not dominate adjacent properties. The current design fails all 3 criteria. Okay? Third, the commission cannot make the finding for architectural compatibility. If you've been on the street, you know that it's an enclave of 5 Mediterranean villas. The proposed contemporary cube-style residences are architecturally discordant and visually disruptive. Glendale's design review standards require harmony with surrounding development. This project is incompatible with the established architectural character of the neighborhood. You know it. You guys know this. The commission cannot make the finding that the project protects neighborhood character. The combination of increased traffic, obstructed views, excessive massing, and incompatible architecture represents a substantial and permanent alteration of the neighborhood's identity. Glendale's zoning code requires that new development reinforce, not undermine, existing character. Because these findings cannot be made, the project is not eligible for approval in its current form. I respectfully request that the commission require a full redesign, okay? Now, the other thing I want to say, yeah, I know, my 3 minutes are up.
Yeah, if you want to finish your thought, I know you requested to comment on all 3, so you'll have an opportunity to come back if you.
I don't need to. Everything I just said applies to everything that you're looking at tonight.
Okay.
This
so
is the
right
one and
now,
only time I'm going to say it.
We're evaluating 1510 only, so.
Okay.
I'm going to let you
We're
finish.
recording it, so you know what I think about 1520 and 1516. And everything that's in the proposal is a set of alternate facts about compatibility, check, 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 check. None of it's right.
Okay.
So come on, do your job, guys.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker that I have is Lilit. I'm sorry, I can't. It's the, maybe it ran out of ink or something. I can't read. I'm sorry. If you can please state your name. That's okay. You don't have to right now.
Hi, I'm Lilith Barco, and I'm one of the family members. This is my first time, actually. I didn't know what I'm walking into, but I just thought maybe I should get up and introduce myself because I'm under the impression that the neighbors, with all due respect, are kind of hesitant who to bring to the community and who to accept, and which I completely understand. With everything that's going on in our cities, in our communities, it is understandable. But I just wanted to let you guys know that we are a normal, professional family who, I mean, the gentleman was talking about Mediterranean design, but with all due respect, we're not into that. And we hired the best professionals in town to make everybody happy, and we're spending a lot of money to get what we want, but with respectfully to the nature, to the neighbors, and to the community. Just wanted to get up and mention all of that. And I just hope that the situation will be resolved so everybody's happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody regarding 1510. It looks like that's all the speaker cards that I have for 1510. Any callers? We have 2 callers. Yep,
We do, but we'll have to ask them if it's for 1510.
Sure.
Okay? Hello, you're on the air with the Design Review Board. Is this Annette Arkelian?
Yes, hello. My name is Annette Arkelian, and I'm
Annette,
calling from the Verdugo Woodlands Neighborhood Association. And my comments are related to 1510 as well as the other properties. We submitted a letter to the commission recently, so I wanted to verbalize it and give a voice to it so that it underscores our concerns. So the letter reads, the Verdugo Woodlands West Neighborhood Association Board respectfully submits concerns regarding the proposed project. While we welcome new development that adds to the variety of buildings in our neighborhood, these specific sites present significant challenges. Here are our concerns. Tree reports are from January 2025 and October 25. Of key importance is that these reports get updated so that mitigation measures are viable. Some of the current story poles indicate intrusion into drip lines and raise other concerns about branches and trunks. This vegetation-covered hillside that appeared unbuildable will now have 3 structures that will be visible on the sides and rear to many neighbors. The hillside guidelines are in place and need to be followed. Regarding mass and scale, the proposed homes appear as single-story structures from the street, but many neighbors who will be viewing the hillside elevations, side and rear, will, from their homes, are not experiencing a single-story home. Setbacks and articulations need to be enhanced to make this structure compatible with the design guidelines. Earth-toned exterior colors should be incorporated, not white walls. Street view renderings show romantic illustrations using this palette, but other drawings indicate mostly white walls. 1510 La Vista Terrace is concerning with the extensive amount of cut and fill that dictates this boxy design. Especially glaring is the back wall of the garage, which reads as a large movie screen. The garage floor elevation is likely not alternable, but the exterior wall needs better design details to consider residents on the sides and rear. And lastly, exterior lighting should be minimized to not intrude upon neighbors and to avoid the hillsides where wildlife are abundant. Thank you for responding to these concerns in your deliberations and decisions. Thank you very much.
Ms. Arkelian, are you still on the line?
Oh, did you not hear what I just said?
No, I want to ask a question. My question is, we all heard you, by the way. My question is, would you like to remain on hold and stay if you'd like to speak on behalf for the other cases for 1516 and 1520. That is my question. What is your answer, please?
Yes, I can stay on hold and
Okay.
I'll add
Perfect.
comments. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
we'll keep you on hold. Thank you for
Thank
confirming.
you.
The next caller is Mary Lacroix. Are you on the line with the Design Review Board? Are you there, Mary?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay,
My
and
name's
you will
Mary-
be
my name's
responding
Mary-
to 1510, correct? 1510
Yes,
La Vista?
yes, yes,
Perfect.
yes.
Okay, we're listening.
Okay. My name's Mary LaCroix. I live not too far from this. I walk in the area, and again, I'm all about the trees. So I am concerned about tree number 23 as well as all the other trees on all of these other 3 lots. But some points were made about tree 23 kind of being right smack dab in the middle of it, and it doesn't really make too much sense how they're going to keep that tree alive and healthy by building right into it. I think that Mr. Harrington, who spoke purportedly for the 5 residents of Teddy Bear, it's usually called Teddy Bear Hill. Did anybody know that? I used to call it Teddy Bear Hill. Those 5 houses up there, he made great points, and I don't see how that this Design Review Board can ignore some of those and put their stamp of approval on this or its companion projects. I don't live there, but I know from prior Design Review Board issues where there is a pool involved, I don't know where they're putting the machinery because my packet wouldn't load. You have such a dense packet today. I would suggest when you know that's going to happen, you should break it up because it just doesn't load. So wherever the pool machinery is for that couple that I can see on the screen here, they'll be hearing all that machinery depending on where it's placed. So they should pay attention to that and see if that's going to be an issue for them. I agree about the color of the house needing to be more natural. And I know lights on the house. Keep calling about landscape lighting, but we know from another house in our area, we all complain about the lights, and now they finally fixed up their house, maybe after like 4 or 5 years of seeing you guys, and it is lighted like a fortress. And we're going to have to look into that and see if Glendale can get a lighting ordinance in place because it's when you get overkill, by the time this house is built and those lights are up there shining down on the neighbors, you guys are gone. And who does the neighborhood go to talk about the over lighting all around the house? And I'm not talking about bushes. I'm talking about on the house. Anyway, good luck with this. And yes, I would like to talk about the other 2, but I'm going to hang up and call back. Thank you.
Okay, or we can keep you on hold. Okay, that's it for callers.
Thank you. I have no more speaker cards or callers, so at this point, would like to invite.
I made a mistake because I want to address all 3 of them myself too.
Do you have a speaker card?
I did put it down there, but I just saw one of the property addresses.
What's your name?
Armin?
Yeah. You
1520, I believe.
you put for 1520, yes.
But I want to address all 3.
Okay, if you would like to come to the,
Okay, so I do live, oh, sorry.
just
Hi.
state your name.
Name's
3
Armin
minutes.
Artunian. I live behind basically all 3 parcels. My backyard is facing them. So the mess of this house doesn't really bother me because it's on the left side of my property. But I do believe the property is overbuilt, being a 3-story house on a property where there's one on Wabasso, which is completely empty for the past 5 years, and there's no other 3-story houses within the area that I've seen. And they mentioned it's 1 story from the front, but you do come up Wabasso and you can see the property, and it'll be massive. And you guys have done this in, Verdugo Woodlands? No, Rosman area. I believe it was on a property where I lived off Greenbrier. And it's just overkill when you're coming up Wabasso. Just a mess of the building looking up to it. Other than that, the oak trees, I did look at the poles. There's too many of them going into the canopy. And I've had issues with Glendale many, many times. I do develop in the city of Glendale, and oak trees is something you guys really protect. And for me to see the poles, which I don't see them in any of the on the screen, which I hope we do see them, it is basically built into the house. House is built into the oak trees. I do have photos, if I could provide those to you guys.
You can email it to the staff for record, yes.
Could they put it up so people can see what we're talking about?
Well, you can email them, and we still have more presentations to go, so, not for 15. Go ahead, Milka.
We didn't receive anything. It would have had to have been done prior to
Okay.
today's
How
meeting.
come they didn't provide the polls for the presentation? That should have been included, I believe.
They don't provide the poll stories for presentation, so that's for public viewing.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
We do have another caller, so we'll get her on
Sure,
here.
let's,
Ms. Ani Gaskanian?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you're speaking on behalf of 1510 La Vista Terrace, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'll keep this very brief. I was born and raised in that area. My parents still live in that area. I just wanted to reiterate my support for the neighbors' concerns and ask the Design Review Board to ensure that this project truly protects the mature indigenous oak tree on the site. I think that's tree 23. I recently went through construction myself and understand how important these trees are. I really urge the board to carefully evaluate whether the pool and associated grading can be redesigned to avoid impacts to the tree's protected root zone and to preserve the natural hillside character of the neighborhood. If there is uncertainty about the project's effects on the tree or surrounding landscape, I really respectfully ask that additional review or design modifications be required before approval. I'm sure there are other callers, so thank you so much for your time and appreciate it.
Ms. Gaskanian, would you like to stay on hold if you're planning to speak on the other cases, or
No,
would you
that's
like to
quite
call?
all right. I just had a concern about 1510.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
so no more callers, no more for 1510. We don't have any more speaker cards, so I'd like to invite you, again, opportunity to rebuttal some of the concerns, and if you have any other comments. Question that
Again,
board
my name is Alan Malikian, I'm the project architect. So I've jotted down all the concerns. I've tried to address as best as I can. One of the biggest, one of the biggest concerns of neighbors, myself, our arborist who's here, are the protection of the trees. If you read the report and how it's being proposed, which we all agreed that the first 4 feet of any excavation is going to be done by hand. The rest of the foundation is going to be in piles, which are going to be in between the roots of the trees. So they're all going to be supervised and observed by the arborist, and it will be recorded and be reviewed by the city arborist. So we have a system that we have in place. The report addresses that. There was talk about the expiration. It's not like a SOLS report. We will update that, and if there needs to be any new updates, which I doubt within the less than a year, a tree will grow substantially, the tree report should be valid still. As far as the drainage, there's talk again about the drainage. Again, we have a civil engineer that is going to address all the drainage. Yes, there will be drainage behind the retaining and the walls. They would be directed to some type of a pump or something in that nature that kind of relieve the surcharge from the retaining conditions that we have. There were suggestions to go to a 2-story or reduce the height. We all know when you're dealing with a downhill project, it's almost impossible to do that. Might as well not even do the project. It's just not possible. The zoning regulations require you to have a certain setback and certain stepping of the building as you go down the hill, as well as you go down, you have certain heights that you need to meet. pushing this back, it's just not possible. You're going to create a square box that as you're driving up to La Vista, you'll see the buildings as you're driving up. And those are the buildings that you're going to experience. It is a downhill side, and we're going to talk about this on my last presentation. It is a downhill side, so no matter what we do, we're going to see some kind of a mass. Our challenge is to be able to minimize the mass by creating some articulation, some stepping, some irregularity of these volumes that we are forced to have. And so by stepping the building back, it creates a better, a softer, more subtle in a sense of reducing the bulkiness of the building. No matter what we do, it's going to be bulky, as you would see from down below or so forth, depending on which view you look at. There's conversation about the street, the legality of the street, and the compatibility and so forth. I want to hold that conversation to the last one, where I want to kind of go over some of the architectural styles and all the context that we're dealing with around the neighborhood. I want to kind of emphasize, and at the end we'll highlight the development that we have at the end of the cul-de-sac, and we'll discuss how that compares to the hillside guidelines or any kind of conditions that we have. So we can talk about that. As far as the property itself, the actual overbuilt and the massiveness, this property, you can kind of see the area, the FAR that we're allowed. We're substantially below what is, usually in some of these developers, they would build to the maximum square footage that they're allowed. This is substantially less than what it's allowed to be able to give them what they need as a minimum size to be able to function as their house for their family, to raise their family. So that's where the size of the building is coming in comparison to what it could have been as far as the 4,400 square foot. Again, allowed without asking for a variance, without asking for any permissions. I will hold off on the rest of the comments, and I will just start jotting down more and more as people come, and we can talk about this. And if you have questions, I would love to.
Go ahead, Board Member Walsh.
Could I get a clarification? Many folks have mentioned tree number 23. Which is tree number 23?
It's actually the one right at the south, the main one right next to right there that we're talking about. One of the reasons that we're also pushed the garage back is the actual allowing the canopy of that the tree to be able to, if we would have brought the garage back to be able to be in line, it would not allow that canopy. So it's all working together as best as we can to be able to minimize the impact. There was a conversation about, we can't go over a foot. Again, everything is mitigated. Everything is done, if it's done according to what we're trying to accomplish and be able to control and essentially pay attention of how we're going to excavate and protect the trees, we will definitely be able to manage that. And that's where we have we have two arborists actually working on this.
Where will be the closest pile location to that tree?
So generally, you're going to have a pile at every 8 feet. The closest one would be probably, I would say, approximately 9. The setback is 10 feet. I would probably say approximately between 8 to 10 feet away from the truck.
Around the corner of the building nearby there, right? Somewhere
essentially, if you take the corner of the building, you put a pile, and then every 8 to 10 feet, you have another pile. And it goes just down until you get to the end.
You can have piles under the pool deck as well?
All around. And about the pool, it is going to be separate, but it's going to be incorporated. The structure is going to be incorporated into the actual deck itself. So it will be a separate permit, but it will be all incorporated into the same permit process.
Okay.
In terms of protecting that tree number 23, so let's just say you identify a pile location and you start digging. you run into a large root, are you going to change the pile location?
There are ways. I will let Paul speak in regards to what happens in that and what his requirement would be. And to answer your question, absolutely, everything is possible. It is possible to remove or shift these. Obviously, re-engineering needs to occur, but there would be allowance for that. But if you want, I can have Paul to
Yeah,
come.
I'm curious about what's the protection procedure, whether that's Paul, the project arborist, and.
Mr. Chair, and if the project arborist can kind of like address some of the concerns as
Absolutely.
well that the community has brought up, just like the standard practices for how everything works.
State your name, please.
Paul Lewis again.
Thank you.
Good evening. So during the investigation process, when they lay out for the piles, the first thing they'll do is start to dig at in the 4 feet vicinity, in the 4 foot vicinity, or for depth. But prior to that, what they'll do is, with an air spade, which is a hose with high pressure air, they'll push that down to see if there are roots there. So if there are any major roots discovered, rather than disturbing them or impacting them, they can then make decisions to evaluate, to shift and adjust the pile settings. So what would happen effectively is, instead of spanning 8 feet, maybe they'd span 6 feet or 4 feet, add an extra pile. Significant cost to the owners, but that's how we operate in this kind of situation when there is some adjacency to the oaks. But again, we don't anticipate, from what we looked at, that there would be a major impact on the oaks overall.
And do you know how deep the piles are planned to be? How much into the bedrock they're going?
Yes, they're going to be 8 feet into the bedrock on average. That's based on the soils engineer.
And usually we're going to find those major roots in the first 4 feet. Maybe it might go to 6, but again, once the air spading, we'll have a pretty good idea where these are.
Do the oak tree roots go into the bedrock? Can they, I'm curious as a.
If there's a fissure or a crack, they might find their way to push in, but normally they're on top of, if there's a break in it, the roots will sometimes go into a split or a crack, but it's not really there that deep.
And if you've done the site assessment, would you say, in your professional opinion, those are more shallow roots or deeper?
I can't speak to that. I don't know where the bedrock is. I haven't seen the bedrock.
Okay. Additional questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
So in similar situations that you've been in where something is so close to the drip line, what have you seen in terms of % survival rate, let's say, for a tree in that kind of proximity to foundation?
Where we've seen is usually there is where we might find a single large root that'll present itself, in which case they'll have to address that by, again, adding an additional pile, which is really what it is. First is the spading, and then coming into would be an additional pile.
But what I mean is, even though it's being built close to a tree, have you seen trees survive in this situation? Do you anticipate any?
Basically, when you're putting piles among the roots, does the tree survive?
We don't expect the tree to fail.
Okay, that's it. Just wanted to be clear. Yeah. And there was mention about the report's age. Do you have, are there any issues?
We were there in October of last year, and I was on site. I went on site, I was given a notice about lot 2, and then we took a look at the one at the end of the cul-de-sac. This one, there was nothing from staff came up on this one, so I didn't go back and look at it. I saw it.
Okay.
I saw that story poles were up, but I didn't actually go and do any major investigation.
Okay.
Because I didn't think there was a concern, because nothing had been expressed to us.
Okay.
On 2, I'm sure I'm going to be back for a lot of discussion for that middle lot.
Okay. Okay.
Because there's a lot to discuss on that from what we, got from staff.
Mr. Lewis, I have one more question. Regarding, what would you consider a large root? What's the size diameter? Is it an inch, 2 inch?
In the 3 and 4 inch.
So if you encounter 3 to 4 inch.
If I find 6 2-inch roots, that'd be significant also. But as a single root, in that 3 to 4 inch. But like I say, in a 1 foot section or 2 foot section, we found 6 2-inch roots, then we're looking, we treat that as like a single issue.
And will you be on site while?
I have to go for observation when they start, yes.
Is this a periodic observation, or is this a continuous observation? How does it work?
Well, I actually see on the note, they added our notes, work around oak tree in red,
Mhm.
and we had actually said in the report to add those, and it specifically says to that. And then again, when they start, the first thing they'll do is the surveyor will lay it out, stakes at every pile, and then we'll come back with the contractor who can do the tree contractor. We'll do the air spading to investigate to see what we find down there.
And
If he finds nothing, then then we'll come back and then start to dig by hand, which will be there for the observation. See, we shouldn't find anything because the air spading is pretty comprehensive.
And is your observation also coordinated with the city arborist?
Yeah.
So both of you will be on site?
We'll be calling him back and forth. He's not going to sit there, I don't think.
Sure.
Unless, I don't think the city pays for them to sit there the full time, no. But we'll have to communicate with him, and then he'll come out, I'm sure, and take a look at what he sees.
But your observation reports go to the city arborist, right?
I believe so. We give it, Alan processes everything with the city, so we just give it to him and he'll put it through. I think the city arborist is going to be very involved on this.
That's all for me.
One more question, I think it's more architectural question.
Yes.
Have you considered...
Thank you.
That's yours,
Thank you, Paul. Have you considered reducing the size or kind of creating, that outdoor terrace, kind of building around the tree, kind of pushing it further? From the tree number 23.
You mean pushing the
Is that the pool elevation?
We didn't see any reason for it because we didn't. It was at the edge of the drip line, and everything can be mitigated as far as the protecting the roots. So there was no reason for us to kind of reduce the deck area that we wanted. I mean, there was no red flag that was given to us, and we worked directly with Paul, and so.
And those no red flags in your professional opinion, or you consulted that with Paul or the city
In my
arborist?
professional and consulting with a professional that knows more about the preservation of the roots and the tree.
Okay. All right.
I have an additional question. One item that came up is not necessarily in our purview, but it's in terms of the fire, hydrant that's far away. I just was curious if you'd done an investigation or talked with Maine Fire.
We actually met with fire. Actually, I had a meeting with the fire plant, one of the fire inspectors at the site. My concern was actually be able to make sure that they're not going to come back after we go through the design review and everything else. They come back and say, they checked, and there is a hydrant that is within 300 feet of all the properties across, and they feel that it is adequate. They have apparatus that can get up, and as they did the development of the 5 homes there with the cul-de-sac, it met their requirements. So therefore, and I've checked with Public Works, and everything was done correctly in a sense. And so there was no issues that they brought up that we were concerned about. All these homes are going to be fully sprinklered, as you know. And we haven't received any kind of a plan check correction regarding hydrants that they would require us to do so.
Okay, no hydrants, but so that the
There is
community
one
understands
there,
that fire is involved in reviewing this, just so that the community is aware. Yeah, and you're doing that preemptively, looking into this, the safety of that. So, okay, thank you. Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, do we want to do deliberations independently, or do we want to hear all of the cases first and then do deliberations sort of more grouped?
I think it makes sense, at least to me, and I'm open to hear others, that we can continue with the rest, hear all the concerns, and then make deliberation.
How does staff feel about that?
That would be my...
So did the board already close the public portion of the?
We closed the public portion, so if you want to...
That's for the next case.
Oh, 15, 16, I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay.
So it is closed?
It is
The
closed,
public
yes.
portion for this case?
Correct. Yes. For
Okay.
1510, the public portion is closed, yes.
Is what I'm understanding, we're just going to go through all of the presentation, go through.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
You know, normally we'd go right into deliberations,
Yeah.
but considering the conjoined nature of these, that should we hear all the cases and then do deliberations? Yes.
Yes.
I think it makes sense. Board's discretion on that, so.
No, thank you for that suggestion. I agree.
Okay.
Let's grab.
I think if you want to just make it clear for the record that you're closing public comment, we've gotten through rebuttal, and that you'll return to your board deliberations after you've heard the presentations for the other 3 cases and heard public comment for the other 2 properties. So I guess closing the public hearing and postponing your deliberations on 1510, returning to them after you hear the next 2 cases.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. I believe that's appropriate, and it seems like it makes sense for evaluating, you know, these projects both individually and as a whole. Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to our second public hearing item, having heard public comment, applicant presentation, and public comment on item number B, and withholding your board deliberations until you've heard the other 2 cases. So we'll move on to the next case, knowing we're going to return to your board vote on the item B, 1510. Give me just one moment to get my presentation pulled up, and we'll move on to the next item.
So, before we start, Nick, is the air on?
I was told that it's controlled centrally by facilities, and we're going to have to let them know that it can't be this hot for the next meeting. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it right now.
Are they closed?
I believe so. Yeah. Sorry about that.
I wish Art was here so he can bless us with his little fan, but thank you.
Good evening, Chair Halajian, board members, members of the public. For our third public hearing item of the night is, we'll move on to 1516 La Vista Terrace, design review case number PDR 005454 2025. So this is the second of the 3 single-family homes proposed on the south side of La Vista Terrace. I won't spend too much time going over the neighborhood context because it's the same as it was for the previous project we discussed. Same zoning, R1R, floor area district number 2 in the Verdugo Woodlands neighborhood. This one, referred to as Lot 2 earlier in this meeting, is the smallest of the 3 lots at 7,961 square feet. It has a similar downsloping condition to the other 3. In this case, there's an average current slope of 42.62 across the lot, and there are 5 protected indigenous coast live oak trees on the lot and 9 additional within 20 feet. I'll talk about those oak trees in detail later on in this presentation. And again, just showing you the context. So for clarity, we're talking about 1516 La Vista Terrace, which is the middle of the 3 lots being decided tonight. So in terms of site photos, these are the story poles that were installed about a month ago. So they are included in this presentation, and they're included in the packet, at least for this property. And here you kind of see an aerial view just to give you a little bit of context. That cluster of oaks right here is the cluster of oaks that you're seeing the canopy interacting with the story poles there. So here's our site plan. This one abuts along its rear property line, downslope property at 2025 Armour Place. And I'll describe the project. So this home is the smallest of the 3. It's relatively modest in size at 1,242 square feet with a 450 square foot attached garage on the upper level. The ground floor has that garage at 450 square feet and then 386 additional square feet of area. Essentially, it's an entry foyer and a bedroom on the ground or the upper floor. Going down to the lower floor, it's 850 square feet. Has another bedroom and a large kitchen, dining, living area. There's a 64 square foot balcony off the bedroom on the upper floor and a larger 473 square foot balcony that wraps around the lower floor. Like the previous project, this is a zoning code compliant project, meaning it complies with setbacks, complies with maximum allowable FAR. It's actually well below the allowable FAR. Complies with maximum required landscaped area, and it's 25 feet 6 inches in height and at 2 stories, which meets the applicable height requirement. Similar to the first project we heard, this one does have a 1-story profile when viewed from La Vista Terrace, and the rest of the volume sort of slopes downward down the hill, requiring some cut, but actually a relatively modest amount of cut. But again, up here you can see the garage, entry foyer, 1 bedroom, 64 square foot balcony off the upper floor bedroom, and then sort of this wraparound balcony on the lower floor, providing access to the home's living areas. It doesn't have a lot of outdoor open space. Again, most of the site is left ungraded, so the private outdoor space is really provided through these decks, as there is not a lot of other flat space on the lot. And just a couple more images from down below and from up above, and I'll talk about the massing strategy of the building. Now, with respects to the grading, this one proposes I guess, a pretty minimal, I guess the minimum required amount of cut, 86 cubic yards of cut to create the cut into the slope where the home would be set into. And then just going over by floor, you can see the driveway meets the 15-foot setback and provides the 18 feet required driveway length, so you can fit a vehicle on the driveway if you're not parking it in the garage. And again, on the upper floor, you have this entry foyer with the stairs leading to the lower level, a bath and a bed, and then a small trash enclosure on the side of the building with a nice little screening wall. And again, I do want to point out, I'll circle back to these trees, but here you can see all 3 of the 5 oaks, the 3 that are closest to the building, the other ones are located elsewhere on the site. So just note the location of them. One up here near the street, pretty far away from the building. This largest one here up against the building, and then another one that kind of, their canopies combine to form one cluster. And then
Slides are not keeping pace with your discussion.
Sorry about that. My apologies. I was looking at the wrong screen right here. This is the cut and fill diagram. I'll just back up a little bit. It shows the 86 cubic yards of cut to create the space in which the building would go. Again, here is our upper floor with the garage, the foyer, and the 1 bedroom and balcony. And here is the lower floor. And again, I'll circle back to this, but here you can see, at least for this project, the grade beam on which the home sits right here. And you can see the location of those piles spaced about 8 feet apart. So a similar foundation strategy. And in terms of the oak that's the closest, it's almost 11 feet away. The center of the trunk is almost 11 feet away from that grade beam and that pile. And again, let me circle back to the oaks. I'll just walk through the rest of the presentation here. So here's our roof plan. You kind of see 3 separate volumes, the sort of entry foyer tower, this wing of the building, and then the garage volume with the home below. And again, you've seen the renderings. These elevations are similar. So again, the 1-story volume off La Vista Terrace, the 2-story volume when seen below. Here we're looking from the north elevation, so you can again see where the building comes out of the ground, how this deck sort of cantilevers over on this side, and then a similar approach on the other side where sort of that L zigzagging deck projects out further on that side and is tucked in over here on this side. In terms of exterior materials and colors, like the other project, this does propose a contemporary architectural design and has a design and detailing that's corresponding to that sort of contemporary design aesthetic. 2 tones of stucco, wood and stone veneer, glass balcony railings to provide protection without necessarily adding mass or adding bulk in terms of those balconies. Dark frame windows. Here's the window detail, so a contemporary window detail with a slight recess and a nice wooden sill. And then here are our site section drawings. So let me go back to the tree. You know, the design intent of this project was really to fit in that space between the street, the required setback, and those cluster of trees. So this is where this section is being taken from the bedroom, and here you can see again, and that's why you do see the canopy of the tree going through the story poles that are up. But here you can really see the distance from the trunk of that tree from the nearest pile, and that's just short of 11 feet away, that distance. So moving up the building, here is another section cut. This one doesn't show the tree, but you can see again the cantilever, the grade beam, some enclosing foundation walls, and the way that this balcony cantilevers over. Again, the intent here is to create that open space while staying away from the roots and the trunk of the tree to the greatest extent possible, while still providing for a modest but appropriately sized building. Noting the comments that are requesting an updated arborist report. So this first arborist report was submitted in October 15th. It was reviewed by our urban forestry team, the city arborist, who recommended enhanced protection measures to mitigate risks to those oaks. When the story poles went up, we all went out there again with our urban forester and with the applicant to, again, just take another look, you know, kind of seeing that those story poles were evaluated. And this week, Mr. Lewis did send in sort of update to the tree report, and before that, based on his follow-up site visit, the city arborist provided some additional comments. So you see 2 RFCs from urban forestry on this project. So again, as I noted, the center line, the center of the trunk of the nearest oak is about 11 feet away from this grade beam, which sits on top of these piles. I'll let Alan, Mr. Malikian, elaborate on it a little bit further. And then in their updated tree report, based on the canopy and the location of the story poles, the arborist provided clarification that the assumed combined canopy reduction, which initially was assumed at about 57%, so more than half of the combined canopies of these 2 trees. Actually, in looking at it again, the updated statement revised that estimate downwards to about 25-30%. And again, I'll let the arborist elaborate on the recommendations, but similar to what you heard, air spading in the location of those grade beams to identify any oaks, and if possible, to remove the piles to avoid any major roots that are uncovered in that process. Here's the landscape plan. Again, what I would characterize as strategic, drought-tolerant landscaping around the edges of the building, leaving the majority of the site. This site is quite steep. You know, you can't really walk down to the bottom of it without doing a little bit of hiking. So leaving it ungraded and generally in natural vegetated state, besides some sort of drought-tolerant shrubs underneath. So staff finds that this project does meet the hillside design guidelines, finding that the building is appropriately sited on the lot in a way that addresses setback regulations and the opportunities and constraints of the site, including the preservation of the oak trees. It's nestled into the hillside, so again, very much avoiding the impression of excessive massing when viewed from the street. And also, the massing is appropriately broken up when you're looking upwards for this pretty modest-sized building. And again, it limits the use of excessive or overly tall retaining walls. You're only using them to create the house's building pad and some modest outdoor living balcony areas. We're not grading the site to create new flat outdoor areas, only really to be able to introduce the building. So similar finding for mass and scale, and again, we're looking at it from below as a 2-story volume. The windows, balcony railings, exterior veneers, the central tower element, they all contribute to an appropriate massing strategy where you have a hierarchy of elements that works well together to avoid excessive massing or a really sort of boxy structure. And in terms of design and detailing, I have that 2 tones of stucco. Staff has included a condition to go with a more natural color palette rather than that sort of eggshell white that's proposed. We included similar conditions on other projects in the neighborhood, and I think those were well received. And finally, that the project proposed with various city departmental comments, including the submittal of an updated arborist report, which we actually got before the meeting, and working with the urban forestry team to get a tree protection plan approved that recognizes the proximity of the oak, but also recognizes that this design really is intended to, and care has been put into it, to preserve that oak, because that's really sort of the site planning concept of this project, is to fit it between the required setback and with the oaks. As noted, we received 14, maybe it's about 15, 16 public comments since I made this presentation. And again, the issues that were raised speak to privacy, massing, tree preservation, traffic and design compatibility, all sort of topics that you heard as part of the first presentation. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions of the board before we go to public comment.
Any questions? Gustav? No? No. Boardman Blackroft?
I do have a question just regarding, again, traffic and fire, just if staff had any evaluation on that.
So, we route this project to our traffic team for comments. It doesn't exceed their threshold to have to create a local transportation analysis. And besides that, they provided generally stock comments that, again, cars should be out of the right-of-way if they're on driveways, that during construction the contractors don't store things in the public right-of-way. And then I don't know if we received a written comment from fire, but it is located in a very higher hazard severity zone, so there are building code requirements that require sort of building hardening and landscaping requirements that require a zone, a fuel modification zone around the building, so you don't have plants right up against the building that could catch fire and light the building on fire.
Additional questions? Okay. Thank you. Invite the project architect to.
Hello again,
Yep.
Alan Malikian, project architect. We can go back to, so on this one, as staff, as Nick mentioned, that this is the smallest lot, smallest house. The shape and the footprint was dictated purely by protecting the oak tree that is there. We are going through extensive structural design, lack of a better word, cantilevering the structure, piles that are set as far away. And as Nick also mentioned, met with city arborist, and Paul had extensive conversation, and he was able to go and visit this after the poles were placed. So therefore, some of the updating of the report was done after the pole was placed. Next slide. The earth tone colors, again, I have no objections to that. We'll definitely work with the material palette that we have selected. Next. The next one. So this is how generally will look as far as the cantilever of the deck. The foundation will be set back. So the deck is essentially like further out from where the foundation is, so that it would allow the growth of the vegetation under the building itself. So next. And this section, it gives you a very good understanding of how the pile is sitting and how far the deck is cantilevered out. I don't have much to say on this. I know there's a lot of concerns again about privacy, about compatibility. Again, compatibility and style, it is what it is. I'm not going to be able to try to match any of the Spanish Revival homes or Mediterranean structure that is above us or anything in that. This is a minimalist, modern, simple architecture that is trying to meet all the trying to meet as many as codes and guidelines as we can that has been brought to us by the city requirements for the hillside guideline. Any questions?
Go ahead, Board Member Lovecraft. Yeah.
Regarding the balcony or the deck that's coming out, is it permeable and?
No, it must be, it can't be permeable. It has to be fire protected, so we have to make sure that it is a high fire zone, so that all the, under the deck and everything has to be protected, basically.
Right,
So,
right.
yeah.
Got it. And thank you.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Board Member.
Thank you for the presentation. Regarding the glass railing, and I mean, pertains to this one and the other ones too, the material that you're using, and I know there's a lot of concerns with privacy and whatnot, but have you thought of like, you know, using a type of glass that has like a little bit of like, you know, privacy on it so that, you know, you don't see down? or people don't see
Honestly,
up?
I haven't thought about it, but I'll be more than happy to, you know.
Like a
bring that
low
to-
reflecting glaze or something like that?
That's not a problem at all, yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Board Member Wells.
Okay, so I visited the site, and this is the one I think a lot of people have been referring to in terms of the story poles going through the tree. And it's true, they go through the tree. So, and even in this rendering, or this section that you have here, you can see that the canopy is basically intruding into that balcony space. So I am concerned about the proximity of this tree. This is an enormous tree, okay? This is probably one of the largest oak trees I've
Right.
seen. And I would be very concerned about this. I mean, you've got 10 foot 9 inches from the tree to the piles, but it's still well within the drip line, well within the drip line. So I think that this one I would be especially concerned about.
I will let Paul speak on that behalf. One thing you have to keep in consideration that this is a downhill. So generally, the roots are, you know, we need to kind of take that into consideration, how they grow and how they need to stabilize the tree. It stabilizes itself. So I'll let Paul speak on that behalf.
Okay, well, just a follow-up on the piles and the grade beam. Okay, will the grade beam be a continuous grade beam below soil level?
So the way it works is that the piles are essentially, they're dug and they go into the bedrock 8 feet. They come up and they basically connect the grade beams, essentially. Grade beam can and essentially be on grade itself. It can be dug into it. It doesn't really necessarily need to do anything because the piles are the ones that are supporting the building. So that is up to us where we would, we generally like to place that essentially like maybe about a foot or so into the dirt. And as it sits so that it protects the balance of the dirt that is coming.
I understand that's what would normally be done and appropriate, but in this location, might that be reconsidered?
That, again, I will listen to the professionals, how to protect the tree and listen to their advice, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you at all consider a different site planning for this? I mean,
I
it seems
have,
to me that the northerly side, along the northern
Yeah.
copper line,
So if we end up, so northerly side is essentially, however we look at it, we would have to essentially impact the oak tree. This location was the least amount of grading, least amount of impact to the grade itself, the oak. We feel that it's actually mitigated, and this is the best and the least amount. And going down the
I don't see any
hill.
oak trees in that area.
No, it's not a matter of the oak, it's other things. The
Okay.
massing, the scale, the grading, the, everything else. It's not just the oak tree. This is the location, the most appropriate that has the least amount of impact on all of the above. And we feel that it is being mitigated as best as we can to protect, and the least amount of grading and the least amount of massing, least amount of impact to the neighbors below.
So the answer is you did consider it,
I have,
but you
I have,
rejected it
absolutely,
because, okay.
absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Just to piggyback on the question, so the question that Board Member Welsh raised. So right now, the story pole is at the furthest edge of the building, proposed building.
Correct.
Is that correct? So first question is, when that story pole was installed, did you encounter any roots? Did you hit?
I was not informed that they hit any roots. I was not informed of that. I did not personally go there. There is a company that goes there, and if they have, they have not informed us of any.
I know Paul is coming. I'm going to get to you in a second, Paul. I'll ask the same question. Just give me 1 second. And then the follow-up question that I have regarding the grade beam. So you have the pile cap that ties the grade beams together. So as a project architect, do you want to see the grade beams exposed, or you're going to?
I do not want to see them exposed, but what is going to happen is that if the grade beam is exposed, then the wall that is going on there is going to be set flush with, so it would look the same as you would have a joint in between the grade beam and the wall itself, rather than setting it in the middle or and so forth. So we want to minimize the look of like foundation on the wall and so on.
So you're going to bury it essentially.
I would like to bury it if I can, if it's not, but what it's going to happen is it's going to probably sit in about a foot or so into the approximately
above the soil base.
into the soil.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
But that, again, that's if
It's
we
also, as a project architect and in discussion with the owner, you can make that determination, and then your
I can,
consultant.
and I don't want to make a decision without getting the direction from the arborist. I don't want to make a decision. And once they come back to me and say, Alan, absolutely, and he's here, so we can talk to him, Alan, absolutely, no, we can't bury this, then I have to come up with a design that actually would work and be appropriate with the design, not be in conflict with what we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul,
So,
go ahead. Yes.
on the two questions.
The two questions,
So for the
yes.
story poles, they're just with 1 inch or 3/4 inch, 1 inch posts. It's really, they're really not going to, encounter any roots when those things go in, and they wouldn't even notice when they put them in.
They go in very deep?
I'm sorry?
Did they
They're not-
go
no,
in
they're not
very deep? Yeah,
And
they're
they're held
not
up
very
with
deep,
they're held up, they're not really very strong structures. They're held with stakes, additional stakes and wires that are tied on everywhere else. So no, I don't think they'd really catch that. I mean, some of them are even sitting on pieces of plywood on the surface as little plates. They don't sink. Regarding the grade beams, so on other projects, what we've done is where we discover roots all the way, surface roots across. The grade beam is on the surface or as a bridge, and as far as tying together with the wall and the foundation grade beam, for ornamental piece or for visual, they might put in a riglet, tie something together like that. They can do lots of things on the visual of the finishes. But that's up to them how they're going to do it. Our concern as arborists is really just to protect the roots.
Okay. Additional questions to
No,
Paul?
okay.
Okay.
I do have a
Please go
question.
ahead.
Just in regards to this large mature tree, so your assessment is that it's this particular plan, that this tree would survive?
I expect it to survive.
Okay.
Yes, we are cutting back, significant canopy. That's true. I'm not going to, pretend they're not. And there are some of those branches, some of those limbs are, at 3 and 4 inches. However, we have to make the best effort. Unfortunately, we also deal with state law that allows to build a house. You can't not build a house. And, it's not violated. It's not going to, it's not going to cause the tree to die. As far as the roots, that 11 feet, that's on the slope. So as that tree goes, I don't think we're going to find roots that are, coming in contact at that point there.
So it's currently 11 feet from the trunk?
From the trunk is, I
Okay.
believe it was 11, Alan, it's 11
Oh,
feet
10
to your
foot.
to your
10
pile.
foot.
Just under 11.
Yeah.
But okay.
And if there was a way to increase that, distance, clearly it would be better for the tree if, and was there a
Well, I'm not
certain,
going to
yeah,
object to
right.
increased distance, of
Right,
course, but I don't
right.
have, I'm not the engineer designing the structure.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, one more question. This 63-inch oak tree, how old do you think this tree is? Just curiosity. Like,
100, 150 years?
okay. Just for my own knowledge.
Could be 200.
Okay.
There's a lot of factors that depend on that, mostly with a lot of what the weather and rain has been over the, series of all those years and how it's grown
And would
what
you
is
say the kind of, what the architect mentioned, the roots propagate downslope or?
They go up.
They go up, I'm sorry, okay.
But I don't think we're going, as the trees go up, well, again, the best way to find out the age of the tree, I don't want to find out, which is,
Okay.
when it's cut, you count range.
Yeah,
We're
of
not going
course.
to do that.
Yeah, we're not.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
Is this one of the biggest oak trees you've seen?
No.
No. What's the biggest you've seen?
10 feet across, 8 feet across?
10 feet, so,
8 feet, I think 8 feet
okay.
is the largest.
So about 50% bigger than this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Encino oak on Louise, no, it's probably 15, 16 feet, I think.
Hmm.
And it just fell over in a rainstorm. So, it just, it was nothing related to anything right around it in the immediate period.
I do have one more question, sorry. Regarding the balcony, that it's not permeable, do you anticipate that there's any issue with that?
The
in
balcony
terms
is
of-
above by about, 6 feet above, 5 feet above? 4 feet, but,
2.5, or, well, 3.5.
by the time it reaches all the way out,
Okay, so it's not
there is
problematic?
airflow, there'll be airflow underneath it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No further questions, I suppose, so apologize. So I would like to open for public comment. Let me start off with Sevan Menasyan.
Board members, good evening, staff. My name is Sevan Minasyan. I also wrote a letter that I sent over to the zoning department. I just want to put a face to the letter, and I speak for all my neighbors on La Vista Terrace. I believe this proposal raises significant concerns that deserve careful consideration before any approvals are granted. Our street was not designed to accommodate additional residential density. As a dead-end street, there is only one point of access for residents, visitors, service vehicles, and emergency responders. Adding 3 new homes would increase daily vehicle trips, parking demand, deliveries, and construction traffic on already constrained roadway. In addition, there is ongoing traffic bottleneck at the corner of Wabasso Way and La Vista Terrace. A vehicle associated with the property at 1441 Wabasso Way is frequently parked on the hill along La Vista Terrace, significantly narrowing the roadway. This makes it difficult for vehicles traveling both uphill and downhill to pass safely. I drive a truck, and it is already challenging to navigate through this area. Additional traffic generated by 3 new homes would only worsen these existing conditions. I am particularly concerned that emergency vehicles, garbage trucks, and other large service vehicles could experience delays or create additional congestion while attempting to pass through this narrow section of the street. La Vista Terrace is a small private street consisting of only 5 homes. The proposed project would represent a substantial change to the character and scale of the neighborhood. The development is proposed on an approximately 46% hillside slope, raising concerns about whether this site is appropriate for 3 new residences simply because it is currently vacant. The existence of underdeveloped land should not, by itself, justify intensive development when doing so would permanently alter the character of an established neighborhood. Another practical concern is waste collection. Because of the narrow roadway and limited access on La Vista Terrace, All 5 existing homes currently place their trash and recycling bins in the cul-de-sac near my home at 1515 La Vista Terrace, which has long served as the designated collection area for the city's sanitation trucks. The addition of 3 new homes would increase the number of bins requiring collection in this already limited space, creating additional congestion, reducing maneuvering room for sanitation vehicles, and potentially interfering with access for residents and emergency responders. The proposed contemporary cube-style residences are also incompatible with the established architectural character of La Vista Terrace, which is defined by Mediterranean-style villa homes. The introduction of 3 modern structures would significantly alter the visual identity of this small hillside neighborhood and diminish the cohesive aesthetic that has existed for many years. I'm almost done. The project would also reduce the privacy, seclusion, and quiet enjoyment currently experienced by homeowners on La Vista Terrace. Construction and development on this steep hillside could require removal of mature trees and natural vegetation, further changing the landscape and reducing the environmental qualities that makes this neighborhood unique. This neighborhood has long benefited from the limited traffic, natural hillside settling, architectural consistency, and quiet character that comes with being located on a small dead-end street. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the zoning department deny this proposal and prohibit the construction of these 3 new homes at this location. This project is not appropriate for a small established hillside neighborhood such as La Vista Terrace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just want to point out, you will hear 2 rings. The first ring, it says you have 30 more seconds left, and the second ring, your time is expired. So if you can please respect so that this given time frame, so we can all be heard and continue with the process. So with that, the next speaker would be Armin Artunia. Would you like to speak again? Okay.
Armin Artune again. So this is the property that's visible from my pool. So actually, I just saw the pictures of the drawings, renderings, and I noticed the bedroom and the living room is looking directly into my pool because I could directly see to them. So this is the only concern I have with my privacy. That's it. And also one more thing about oak trees. We could talk about people protecting them. We have an arborist that's gonna say everything nicely and make it seem beautiful. Once anything gets approved, people don't care about any roots. They'll cut anything, they'll dig anything, and air and all that kind of stuff. I'm a developer, and I've gone through this process. Workers don't care. Once they get the approval, they do whatever they want. They'll cut roots, they'll hide anything possible. I've done it. From experience.
When you come here
Canopy.
next time, I'm going to remember this.
About the canopy, reducing the canopy for the overhang of the balcony. I've cut a tree with permit for my property, which was about 8 inches. The whole tree died in front of my house, which is on Armour Place. And I had an arborist give me the okay for that cut. So I don't know how much they're gonna bring in the canopy, but 11 feet, 12 feet does not make sense to me. That tree is a beautiful tree. It has 3 huge trunks coming out. That's it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card that I have, Kevin. Would you like to?
I just have one comment.
You got
Yeah.
Kevin, please. Yeah. So.
Kevin Harrington. I don't believe the fire risk analysis at all, and you guys shouldn't either. You guys should do better work and present something that makes sense. One fire hydrant serving 8 multi-million-dollar houses? Are you freaking nuts? Give me a break. Go back and do the work.
Let's just respect the decorum, Kevin, please. So.
You're not going to see me again. I said everything.
We're in the community. You're the Teddy Kevin, right? It's Uncle Teddy. Yeah. There you go. That's all the speakers cards that I have. Any callers for this property?
We do have one of the callers who spoke earlier who wants to speak again, so I'm gonna put her on the line here. Good evening, Ms. Annette Arkelian. You are back on the line. Can you hear us? Ms. Arkelian, are you there on the line?
Okay. All right. That concludes the public. I'm sorry. Here, rebuttal. You have the opportunity to rebuttal unless any questions that.
Again, I'll kind of reiterate the thoughts that was brought up about access. This is a legal road. If anybody blocks it, they're doing it illegally. Police should come and give them a ticket, pull them away. So they shouldn't be parking and blocking the street. So no one can control what people do. And I don't think a development should be penalized because an assumption of somebody's going to block the street and illegally. So that's my take on it. As far as the visibility and privacy, as we're talking about, the rear of this property is going to be covered with these large oak trees. I don't know how much of that, even though the stakes are apparent, and how much of that is going to be visible or privacy is going to be a question. But if in the case, again, it goes back to the 1510 option, that if we need to plant anything, absolutely. What I would suggest is that let's not plant anything at this moment, assume things until, and if there is anything that we need to do, we would be able to meet with the neighbor and be able to plant accordingly to appropriately large tree, mature trees, 20-foot trees, or whatever that we need to do. And that goes for all the properties, I guess. We can mark it on the plans now, we can show it, we can plant it, but I don't know if it is going to be really necessary or not. That's just my take.
Thank you. Any questions or final?
Can I comment on the privacy tree?
I'm sorry.
I do have 20.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I do have one question. I was just wondering if you considered or tried with your structural engineer bringing the piles and grade beam that are closest to the tree a little bit further in. I know it's more complex, but
I will
don't know if you-
definitely, I hear you. I definitely would talk to the it's more of a structural engineer question. It's more of how much of a cantilever can we do, and then I believe it can be done. I don't see any reason it can't be. And if we can, absolutely. I don't see any reason we can't. Yeah.
I believe there's an opportunity there.
Of course.
So.
Of course, if we can, we try to bring to design it in a point that makes sense with the help of our arborist, but at the same time it makes sense physically, financially, structurally. Anything beyond this, it becomes essentially like a cantilevered, a bridge type structure, which most likely will be out of concrete or something.
Thank you.
I do want to just really quickly add, I know that the city does have like a lot of strict rules when it comes to, the preservation of the oak tree. So if they were to, let's say, accidentally cut something, there are a lot of, penalties that come with that. It's not just like a slap on the wrist. The city of Glendale actually takes that very seriously. So just to put that into perspective, if you do want to get more information, I totally get your point as well. But just know that the city of Glendale does take that very seriously.
Thank you for that, Board Member Kaskanian. So we're closing out the public hearing portion of this, postponing the rebuttal until the third case is heard, so we can rebuttal all three cases together.
Your board discussion, yep. Okay. Chair, would you like to take a quick recess while we get the next slide pulled up, or should we just keep going?
Recess would be.
Quick recess, yes.
Sure thing. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. That sounds good. Time is 7:43. We will call the Design Review Board meeting back into order and move on to the next public hearing item. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes. Chair Halajian, members of the Design Review Board, and our viewing audience, good evening. Shoaik Epremian, the case planner for this project. As mentioned earlier, the project address is 1520 La Vista Terrace, case number PDR 005458-2026. And this is the third and last project in this group of projects. I will be making a brief presentation of this. The notes also disappeared. The notes are, hold, if I can pause. The notes are showing up. Do we know?
What do you mean?
The notes, the second notes. It's the same notes. Can we start again? It's not showing. I need to open. Yeah, it's not moving. Okay. Yes, my apologies, Mr. Chair. So the subject site is one of the 3 lots proposed to be developed at the end of the cul-de-sac on La Vista Terrace in the Vertigo Woodlands neighborhood. I have the aerial view of the subject site and the general layout of the proposed house, as you can see. The site, as mentioned earlier, is zoned R1R, single-family residential zone, floor area District 2. The surrounding properties are also zoned R1R and developed with single-family, mostly developed with single-family residential development. The proposed project is to construct a new 2-story, 2,208 square foot house with an attached 2-car garage. The lot size for this particular parcel is 12,133 square feet. The property, as I mentioned, is zoned R1R with floor area ratio, which what that means is 40% of the first 10,000 square foot lot size and 10% thereafter. Basically, according to code, a maximum house size of 4,213 is allowed. The subject site slopes down, similar to other 2 properties, down from La Vista Terrace, with an average current slope of 46.42%. The proposed grading for this particular project is 328 cubic yard. What that means is 271 cubic yard of cut and 57 cubic yard of fill. According to the arborist report, 30 trees are found on the property, including 11 protected coast live oak trees. 3 oak trees, numbers 667, 668, and 672, are proposed to be removed. The project is exempt from CEQA as Class 3 new construction exemption. I put up the exhibits for the floor areas. For the floors, the main level of the proposed house includes a foyer, the bedrooms, and the bathrooms. The lower level includes living room, dining room, a kitchen, and 1 bedroom. The project also includes a 708 square foot deck at the lower level and a 613 square foot balcony at the main level. I have the exhibits to show the elevation plan on all sides of the new house. Staff believes massing and scale is appropriately addressed through various building heights and step-back terracing down with the natural topography. The project is proposing retaining walls below the garage and the house. As you can see, the project is also proposing a flat roof, consistent with the modern style architecture. And I put additional elevations which show mostly the street view from La Vista Terrace. Landscape plan was included in the project application and as well as in your packet. The plan provides low and moderate water use plant materials, mostly located below the house and garage area and around the retaining walls. The city's urban forestry required a tree protection plan to protect the remaining oak trees during construction, and required measures will be incorporated into the plans during plan check to the satisfaction of our Public Works urban forestry. And I put some of the renderings. You can see again from different angles. And the material board, the project will be using stucco finish, stone veneer, cladding, and black aluminum flush windows. Similar materials as the other project. Decorative pavers are proposed for the driveway. Lighting fixture details are included in the material board, which are appropriate for the modern style architecture. Overall, staff believes that the project's site planning and mass and scale is appropriate and satisfies the hillside design guidelines. Of course, the project complies with all of our zoning code requirements, and design and detailing is also consistent with the proposed modern design architecture. Staff recommends approval with 3 conditions as outlined in the staff report and on this slide. The conditions are as follows. Number 1, revise the window schedule, clearly indicating the window frame type appropriate for new construction, such as nail-on windows. Number 2, provide drawing details of all junctions where different materials intersect, including corner details, where materials turn the corners for staff review and approval prior to plan check submittal. And finally, this is more of a general condition that the project shall comply with various city departmental comments, including the city's arborist comment and conditions before submitting to plan check. The applicant, as you know, Alan Melikian, agreed with the conditions outlined, and he is present here to continue his presentation for this particular site. As Milka Toledo indicated, you have received several emails from the members of the public and are included in your packets as well. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions of staff, I will conclude.
Any questions to the staff? No questions. No. Thank you very much. No questions. Thank you. I'd like to invite the project architect.
Hello again.
Hello again.
Alan Malikian, project architect. We have a presentation, and this one, if you don't mind, I will continue and finish the whole presentation, and we can kind of cover a lot of these discussed items by the neighbors and so forth. So, as you can see, the project itself was worked around the cul-de-sac itself. The curving of the cul-de-sac did not allow us to combine the garage and the house together and that would impact much more than what it is doing now for this one. So by splitting the garage and creating a bridge over to the house itself was one of the solutions that we came up with, which we thought that it works well with the context and so forth and the massing and so forth. So that's why I put this site plan, and I wanted to emphasize on that. Next slide, please. So staff is asking for the details. We've included the details there that we were using for the windows, and they're all going to be block windows. This is going to be throughout all the project. They're going to be recessed in, and the stucco will so we'll have some three-dimensional effect to these windows. Next slide, please. So these are some of the details that we're proposing to use. You can kind of see how they're going to kind of come about. Next slide, please. The first slide that you saw with 1510, it was a corner stone. In this case, we have some that is stone is actually coming inside the corner, so how they're going to terminate together. So there's two different conditions that we have. One is outside corner, and this is the inside corner. So this in particular has that condition, this design itself. These are some of the renderings that you can see, the bridge that is open in between the garage and the structure itself. Next slide. These are the stepping and the contour and the softening of the exposed retaining conditions that we have below. The garage itself and the back is cantilevered out. So rather than creating one solid large wall coming down, we push the wall back and we soften that with some planters down at the bottom of that. Next slide. And this is the opposite side. So these are some renderings that I've kind of put together along the street, along the La Vista, that how these homes are going to come together. We took some pictures. As a matter of fact, it has a fire hydrant that it was brought up. That the fire hydrant is going to be closer to the 1510 location right now. Next slide. This is again a view of the 1510 looking back. As you can see, the modest one-story structures. I was also trying to eliminate any kind of a blockage of views or anything from the neighbors above. Making these at a two-story, obviously the massing, the height, and the volume is going to be much, much larger as you look from below and looking up. But what it's doing is creating this modest flat one-story structures. Next. This is from the private road looking into the public road cul-de-sac that we have, and these are the corner 1520, 1516 that you see. Next. This is the image looking from the driveway of 1520 looking down. Next. So these are essentially like a bird's eye view. We did a block of a massing of the building, part of the 1511, the 5 tract homes that we have in the private. So you kind of see how these are going to come together. Next. Next. Looking down from down below, looking up. And bird's eye view. Next. So these are, what I tried to do is I was actually, we used quite a bit of latest technology trying to locate these buildings and structures, how they're going to sit in conjunction with the adjacent homes and how they're going to fit in within the area, the context. The scale and the massing, you can kind of see the homes above, the 5 homes above, and how their relationship and how they relate to each other. Next. And this is the top view. So, architectural diversity of the neighborhood. We have numerous types of architectural styles there. So one coming and saying that this really doesn't fit. We have, I've gone through the neighborhood, took some pictures all the way from Kenyatta and up and all around. And I wanted to just kind of emphasize, yes, there are a lot of one-story Spanish Revival homes. There's 2-story Spanish Revival homes. There are also, as you're driving up on Wabasso, some of the homes that are coming up to the La Vista. Those are the pure examples of a 2-story home that is placed on the street level, that is against the hillside, which you see a 2-story volume or a 3-story structure. There was also a conversation about the roof, the pitch, and next image. So these are some of the homes that you have around the neighborhood. And the one at the bottom left, it has a pitch roof, but you cannot see from the view, the perspective as you stand. So kind of saying that it has to have a pitch roof. It has to, as long as the architecture itself is consistent, it is consistent with its own context, I believe it meets the requirements as the intent that it was done. So as you can see, there's different variety of architectural styles. Next. There are Spanish Revival, there's Mediterranean, there are homes that are placed on a pad which you step up. But more importantly, next. More importantly, some of these homes that we have here, these are homes that essentially are cutting off the hill and essentially you create a flat and not addressing some of the hillside guidelines. That we are faced with to be able to propose a project that meets the design guidelines. And one of the reasons that it was brought up is because of homes that are essentially the pads are cut, the homes are placed, and saying this is what we're dealing with. And yet they are. I mean, I'm not saying this is a bad architecture. But what we have is we have context of these types of architecture around us. So specifically picking one style and saying this is the right architecture for this neighborhood, for this particular lot, and not taking into consideration the slope of the land, slope of the hill, all the context of the surrounding neighborhood, and the trees, and all of the above, it would be not just cause for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions? Go ahead, William.
So for this property, there was 3 trees that were being removed, the 3 oak trees.
But we're mitigating them, and we're actually planting, so there is a mitigation for that.
Are we relocating it somewhere
There
on the
are
lot?
some, I'll let Paul discuss that, because as the stake went up, and he had to visit that, and I'll let Paul discuss it.
If we were to decrease the size of the balcony or the square footage of the deck, would that have reduced or preserved the trees, or would that have it lessened?
No, because a couple of them are right in the middle of the garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. One other, as I'm going through the notes, concern was brought up for the hydrant. Having 8 homes with a single hydrant is not uncommon. If we say that every 4 houses have hydrants, we're going to have hydrants, 5 of them in every block. So it works with the distance of the hose and the fire access and apparatus and the pressure and all that above. And as far as the private road versus the public road, what we have is that we have a public road up to the cul-de-sac, and there's a private road leading, and from the cul-de-sac leading onto the 5 homes there. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Go ahead, Board Member. Wells.
So in some of the public comments, there was notice taken to the garage walls and that they're all blank and don't have really windows or fenestration on them, and they just present very blank facades. Have you looked at or considered adding windows? I mean,
It's funny because on 1510, they're saying that there's windows in the garage, let's remove them now. Now on this one, I don't mind putting windows. I mean, I have no problem,
Yeah, 'cause I think it
we'll
was
create
on-
a Ferris Bueller's Day Off scenario, but,
yeah, I think it was it 1516, the one in the middle, has a lot of windows around it, right?
Right.
So yeah, okay. That's it.
I do have a question on that third, on the second floor, there's kind of a pop-up with the clerestory. You can kind of see it there. I just want
Yeah, so that's the entry volume.
Okay.
So that's as you enter in. So rather than creating that solid, like a volume there, we thought that it will just bring some natural northern light into that entry.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, or maybe three. Talked about architecture diversity. How would you describe your overall design? In what category does it fit in?
I would probably say that it's more of a minimalist, simple, minimal, modern architecture.
Okay. And there was a rendering that kind of, we're looking at the cul-de-sac from 1510, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's, I don't know, actually, if we can, yeah, right there. Did you check with any of the Glendale traffic that you have to paint that curb red for no parking? I'm just curious.
I have not, the only red that we have is in front of the fire hydrant, so that they make sure, but that's all we have. We don't have any red along that side, so it's all, parking space.
The final question that I have, there was a side view of the proposed project. There was a planter underneath the balcony, which barely getting any sunlight, or is that the design intent? I mean,
So what it's doing is it's actually reducing the overall height of the building. What it's doing is it's using the soil. If I remove that, the height of that retaining wall is going to increase. So what I'm doing is I'm softening the adjacent wall to be.
I think it's a very clever design. I appreciate what you're doing. I just think whatever plant material you're putting there, it may not
I mean, the
survive.
rendering should not reflect what it's actually, the rendering is just a rendering.
Is it-
What you have to do is look at the landscape plans, so.
So is it just going to be,
It's going to be a drought tolerant again. It's going to be drought tolerant, succulent and so forth, so it's going
yeah,
to
but
be.
my point is being it's very shady area where the plant may not survive and you end up looking at, a planter just filled with dirt, that's all. I was,
Yeah.
thinking maybe you can pull back that balcony a foot or two and allow that plant to
We
breathe
can,
a-
I mean, if we need to reduce that a little bit, but yeah, I don't see any problem.
Those are my questions. Any other questions?
Just in general, the balconies there has quite a drop. Would there be a railing? I can't, is there, or is it?
It's a glass railing.
It's a glass railing,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
It's just
the
not showing in the
is not
rendering.
really
Okay,
reflecting, yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So opening up for public hearing portion, so first speaker, Juan Leon? Jonah Leon, I'm sorry. If you can please state your name for record.
Jonah Leon. Good evening. My name is Jonah Leon, and I own the property adjacent to the proposed development at 1520 La Vista Terrace. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I support responsible development, but I have several concerns about how this hillside project may affect my property and the surrounding neighborhood. It echoes a lot of the things people have said in the past, so I'll try and kind of gloss over those ones. So my family lives immediately adjacent to this project, and we have a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. Because we'll be directly affected by any grading, drainage, slope stability issues, et cetera, I respectfully ask the board to ensure these concerns are fully addressed before construction begins. Before any grading or construction begins, I respectfully ask the board to ensure that the project has been thoroughly reviewed for property line accuracy, grading impacts, drainage, and slope stability. At this time, I have concerns about the location of the property line and respectfully ask the city to verify that all proposed grading, retaining walls, foundations, utilities, and other improvements remain entirely within the applicant's property. I also ask that the city confirm that the project will not reduce the lateral support of adjacent properties or increase stormwater runoff onto neighboring lots such as mine. I also observed, and this was covered many times, but what appear to be several mature oak trees on the project site, and I respectfully ask the board and city and staff to confirm whether any of these trees are protected and to ensure that all applicable tree preservation and environmental requirements have been satisfied before any grading or construction begins. Because this is a steep hillside site, I believe it is especially important that these issues be fully verified before excavation begins, rather than addressed after construction is started. Preventing problems before they occur is in the best interest of both the applicant and the neighboring property owners. If there's any uncertainty regarding property boundaries, grading impacts, drainage, or the protection of existing trees, I respectfully request that the board require those issues to be resolved and documented before allowing the project to proceed. Thank you for your time and consideration. I actually had one additional note. It was regarding this garage window situation. I know there's been back and forth on it. The garage faces directly towards the 3rd floor bathroom of my house, which is the bathroom that my toddlers use. So if there couldn't be a window on that, if there wasn't a window, it'd actually be a little bit better for our privacy. It's like right in there. That's the 30 seconds, right?
Got it.
So yeah, it would actually be great to not have a Ferris Bueller situation if possible. Also, if somebody drove their dad's Ferrari off of it, it wouldn't go straight into my house. So that would be great.
Which is your property?
1502 Camulos Avenue.
1502 Camulos. Okay, so you're on the other streets.
But the cul-de-sac right below. Like I see it straight from my bedroom. That's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next speaker, Andre Ovsepian.
All right, hey, I'm back, right? I'm Andre at 1513 Wabasso. So there were a couple points I didn't get to touch on last time that I figured I'd use this time to bring up now. So we live directly below the hill, right? And I've seen the damage that like severe weather can do to the hill. This last winter, we had to spend at least $10,000 to clean up mudslides. And that was just from like that one storm that happened, just from rain. So I guess my question is, what happens, are all 3 of these going to be constructed at the same time? And what happens during construction? What safeguards are in place to make sure that none of this happens, right? To make sure that we don't get debris and dirt and mudslides falling into our home, especially during severe weather storms. Another point I didn't get to bring up last time was, if you look at the geotechnical report, it does recommend drilling 8 feet for the friction piles 8 feet into the bedrock. Same report also states there was only 4 feet of subsurface testing and approximately 3 feet of soil above the bedrock. So that just leads me to question how much of the bedrock was tested, and that kind of goes hand in hand with what I'm saying. How stable do we know this hillside is, and are there going to be mudslides into our properties? And then just going back again to the one single-story, 2-story homes on Wabasso. I live on Wabasso. There's that one big white house that I'll be honest, none of us like, and it's been vacant for years now. We're not even 100% sure what's going on. That's the only house on that street that's big like that. Most of the houses on Wabasso are pretty much single-story, and if there is steps up to a story, it steps up to the main floor, and that's generally it, just that main floor. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Next speaker is Artin. If you can please state your name for the record.
Thank you. I'm Artin. Mr. Connie. I live on 1511 La Vista. I'm kind of late to the party here, so excuse me if all this has already been mentioned, but my main concern about this project is kind of the safety of our neighborhood and what we do in an emergency situation. You guys have been talking a lot about trees, and I feel like we're kind of missing the people that live in the neighborhood, and that's the point of the board is you guys got to kind of think of our side and protect us a little bit here. The trees are important, I get it, but I live on that street, I come up and down that street multiple times a day. For example, tomorrow's trash pickup, and I think Sevan already mentioned it. When those trash trucks get there, I gotta wait for them to empty all those bins, and then I can get off my street. So I gotta leave work on time just to get, leave home on time to get to work on time and drop the kids off on time. So I'm just wondering how is this all gonna work with the construction that's gonna go on for the next 18 months? Is there some way that we get compensated for having to deal with this for the next 18 months? It seems like it's a lot, especially 3 houses to be built on that street. It seems like a lot. I don't really agree with the parking. I feel like the due diligence wasn't done right on what side can be parked on, because just like Sevan said, I heard what he said was, when there's that one car that's parked there, it's already hard to get up the street. It's hard to get down the street. Now there's gonna be 3 houses there. Have friends over, have the deliveries come by. It's gonna be really hard to get up that street and down that street. And really, it just comes down to the emergencies. We're in a fire hazard zone. Emergency truck needs to get up there. I can't imagine how they're gonna get up there if there's one car parked there. And now we're gonna have 3 houses there. So, that's my main thing. I have 2 kids. They're gonna be on that street for the next 20 years. So I wanna make sure it's a safe place for us to live. Obviously for the trees too, but we gotta make sure it's safe for our kids that are gonna grow up there. The architectural stuff, leave it to the architect. I don't agree with it. Our houses are all Mediterranean up there, and this is kind of an eyesore for the community to look at. But I leave that to you guys. That's your job. But I'm here as a resident to say that's my concern. Is getting up and down La Vista is not very easy every day. So that's something we got to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker that I have is Armen Artunyan. Would you like to speak again? Your pass? Okay. Thank you. Well, last speaker card that I have is Kevin again, or. Okay. Let's keep it kind, Kevin.
I'll be nice.
Yeah.
Kevin Harrington. I really do think you've got to think through the logistics, the construction logistics. If you're going to let any of this happen, like if you go back to the rendering looking up from 1510, nobody can get off that mountain if there's a giant truck there, even a trash truck. It's the only way in, it's the only way out. And I don't know how, I would love to see the construction logistics and the sequencing and what the impact is to the neighborhood. It is non-trivial. This is a big, big deal. I hope you guys are taking it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Any callers?
Mr. Chair, we have Annette Arakelian. She has been waiting. Let me try her again. Annette, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Annette, you're with the Design Review Board hearing. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Sorry about earlier. I got
go ahead.
disconnected. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Again, I'm calling from the Verdugo Woodlands West Neighborhood Association. I just want to, again, reiterate the comments we had made in our letter earlier that I read to you, and I want to underscore a couple of things. The tree conversation has been really great. Thank you so much. We're still concerned about the trees. One thing I have a question about as a follow-up is what % of canopy reduction will there be? I heard that from 15 to 16, it'll be a reduction of 25%. When you add the other 2 properties, what sort of canopy reduction will we realize with these 3 properties? I think, again, the vegetation covered hillside appears unbuildable. 3 structures will be visible on the sides and rear to the buildings. again, continue to have concerns there. Regarding mass and scale and then conformity with the neighborhood, the style is, the designs, again, are as beholder of the eye, and they may be minimalist and great. However, they don't conform with the neighborhood. Our concern about that wall, particularly for the 1520, there's a question, add a window, remove a window. Would you consider maybe adding some sort of a fall window? Again, this is for the architects and the design review board of what would be appropriately pleasing for the neighborhood. Earth Tone, thank you for considering changing the color. We really appreciate that. And then the one last question I have, and we still have this concern, and I have not heard any discussion around minimizing, is the exterior lights. 3 modern new buildings will create a Christmas tree for the neighbors, and so we want to make sure they're minimized for the neighbors, and then again any adverse impact it'll have to the wildlife as well. Again, thank you for the conversation, and thank you for hearing our concerns.
Thank you, Annette.
Thank you.
I have to apologize. There's one more speaker. I'll get to you, Paul. One more speaker. We have so many papers here. This card kind of got shuffled around. So I would like to invite Lilit Berko to speak. Thank you.
So again, my name is Lilit Berko, and I'm a family member. I've been a real estate broker in the city of Glendale for the past 18 years. So when people speak, I hear them. I get the concerns. I get what they're talking about. I get the family issues. I get the light issues. I get the tree issues. I get what the developer is saying. I get what the investors are saying. I get all of that. So I'm here to assure you that this is not an investor's deal. This is not a developer's deal. 3 families are going to live here. 2 brothers with their families and their elderly parents, and one of the brothers' newlywed son with his wife. So to say that we're going to grow kids here for the next 20, 30 years would be true. Now, as far as, I'm going to start with lights because that's the last thing that hurt. The lady was talking about probably the blue, white, ugly lights. We have allergies from those. Those will not be done. Trust me, there will be normal, yellowish, Edison type looking, not a light that is not penetrating into your brain and just starts flashing everything in there. Now, that's that. As far as rejecting the project or approving the project, this is a public street. I represented the sale of this property. There are 3 APN numbers. I came to the city of Glendale. The lots were buildable. I called the architect. The lots were buildable. All of a sudden, there's a problem with building. And there will be properties built on these lots, regardless if it's today or tomorrow, regardless if it's by 1 person or 3 different people. I guess we need to achieve a common ground here so everybody's happy, because when you bring up an architectural style into an equation, for me, there are a couple of eyesores there. For me, our design is minimalist and goes with the nature. We hired the best arborists, the best architect. We spent an arm and a leg to comply. Not to damage, to comply, to preserve, and to incorporate ourselves into the community. And I hope we will be able to do it, because communities accept communities not by exclusion, by accepting, and by going with the greater good for that benefits everybody. I guess that's all. So I just wanted to stress out that this is a family matter. This is not for resale. This is not a development. This is not an investor's deal. This is a family we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speaker cards and no more callers.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question, because I know a lot of people have brought up concerns about construction schedule and all that stuff. I'm not sure if staff's able to address that, just so we don't have to repeat it. What's the usual protocols for construction? If there are, and you guys, we're blessed to be living in the great city of Glendale. There's a lot of support lines for it. I know there are, so if there's anything that you guys could help address to the community about those concerns, I would appreciate it if you would.
Yeah, of course, Board Member Kassian, thank you for bringing that up. Before the staff gets the opportunity to respond, I would like to give the opportunity to the architect to rebuttal some of the public comments have been made. Paul, I believe you have something to say, so, yeah.
So regarding the canopies, asking for them all to be put together, because there's 3 independent lots, we have to evaluate them as 3 independent, not as a total. However, if you want to do the total, it actually works to our advantage. Because when you take the totality, it actually would bring our canopy reduction percentage as a total to a lower number. But individually is how we address it, because that's what we need to do. Okay?
Thank you. And would you like to rebuttal some of the comments?
And I think I'll wait until staff talks about the construction. But I wanted to kind of emphasize, and it seems like there's a lot of safety questions as far as the grade, the drainage, and all that. This project is going to go through the entire review process. Departments from building department, public works, fire, water and power, every department in the city of Glendale is going to review this, including the city arborist, the urban forestry. So saying that after this design review, this project is going to go right straight into construction, that is not the case. We still have many, many months to go until we have the final. A lot of engineers, myself, review, and we're going to be taking responsibility on these work. Every discipline in the equation of the building platform, from structural engineer, from civil engineer, from arborist, everyone is going to be fully involved with this and take full responsibility of how this is going to get permitted and how it's going to go through the construction process. I don't know if it's going to help people to kind of alleviate any issues they may have and concerns, but rest assured, not only us, but we have inspectors and everyone else that are going to be coming in. And I'll let the staff talk about the safety of the road and all that, so.
Well, I think the applicant kind of already touched on that. So when it goes through the plan check process, if it actually, this project moves forward, that's when all the different departments review the project during plan check, building plan check, to determine if the project complies with all code requirements, building code, fire code, zoning code, urban forestry, fire prevention, GWP, all these different departments, public works engineering, including traffic. So for example, public works engineering traffic, they would review the traffic management control plan associated with the project, which will be determined again by their staff, and they will review traffic associated with the project during construction, traffic circulation, again, generated as a result of the construction. That all gets reviewed by the Public Works Traffic Engineering team. As far as construction, again, building permitting or the building permit services staff, they will also be reviewing how the project complies with all applicable rules and regulations established by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. So during future construction phase of the project, complying with SCA QMD rules and regulation would mitigate any air quality derived during the construction phase. Also, the project will be required to comply with best management practices. So all of that gets reviewed by the Building and Safety Division staff.
So I don't want to touch upon the means and methods of the construction as a contractor would do, but just to give you a couple of ideas that may be even considered as when they start the construction. For example, if there are, they're concerned about parking, like crew, what they can do is they can carpool. They can park further down on the larger, and then they can bring people. They can create temporary staging on the site itself. In 1510 has a much larger, and the 1516 they have much flatter and larger area. They can do staging there. So there's a lot of ways that they can mitigate it. Not necessarily they all have to park along the street. So if they park and if they block the street, obviously they're in violation. But there definitely means that they can take care of that. One other thing that it was brought up as far as the mudslides and concern about the slide and then the last rain. Well, developing a lot is one way of controlling the mudslides. There are superficial soil there that no one has taken care of, and it's loose dirt sitting there, and the rain comes and it brings all the dirt down. And what you do is when you develop and you allow the engineering of whatever the grading that we need to do around and control any kind of a superficial dirt or fix any kind of a drainage that we need to control that doesn't erode the soil and create more of an issue. So this essentially will help some of the issues that they may had in the past. So,
yeah, thank you for that. So, if I understand it correctly, the intent is to build all these three simultaneously. Roughly, is that?
I don't know the timing, but we want to move ahead permitting all three, and I don't know. It may be that they may retain a excavator or a concrete contractor that is going to come and do all three of them at the same time, or one at a time, or however that could be. I mean, I don't know the timeline on that.
Also, to your point, there's several, half a dozen still permitting process that you got to go through for all three, and who knows, you might not get all of them at the same time for all.
I don't know. I mean, they're all, as you saw, there's three different planners. There's going to be probably three different plan checkers. I don't know. But I don't have a crystal ball to say when this is going to get permitted. But I don't anticipate it happening in the next month or two. Let's put it up.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? I'm sorry, I closed the public portion of the hearing, so with that, we'll move for deliberation, and let's start with the first.
Are we going to do it at each one, or how are we going to do it?
I think separately, yes. So with the first address, 1510, and Board Member Welsh, would you like to begin with that?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start off by saying thank you to everyone who has come from the community. Thank you to the staff and to the applicant for, giving a very large amount of information over a very extended period of time here. So, these cases are always challenging because particularly in, greenfield sites where nothing has gone before, and it's a big change to a neighborhood that has become accustomed to, an open field, an area for kids to play in. The people who own these sites do have the right to develop them. It may have been true once upon a time that there would have been big restrictions or conditional use permits required for steep sites or excessive grading, but none of that really applies anymore, so they really do have the right to develop here. And from a design perspective, we really can't impose our perspective of what is a good design or a design style, much like the neighborhood really can't. People can choose their own style. It is our job to make sure that whatever design they're doing, whatever style they are choosing, that it is true to itself, that it works, that it is in keeping with the massing and the scale of the neighborhood, not necessarily the style of the neighborhood. And, site planning characteristics are important for us. That's where the trees come into play, because the trees are a protected resource in the city of Glendale. And how the site planning is done must be respectful of those trees and the protection ordinance that the city has. So that's why we spend a lot of time talking about the trees. Beyond that, and I'll make some, I guess these are going to be kind of generic comments that'll be applicable for all of them. I believe that Mr. Malakian is correct, that for an undeveloped hillside, it is unstable. It can be subject to movement of earth based on heavy rains, that when you develop it and you irrigate it and you put piles down and a reinforced concrete foundation, the hillside becomes more stable, okay, not less. So any runoff that people have been experiencing will be mitigated by this, especially if the applicant tries to retain as much of the runoff on site, which is what I would like to put in as a recommendation, that they do some kind of a lid plan to keep, cisterns, runoff retention basins, whatever it might be, to keep as much of that water on site and not having to pump it into the sewer system. I think that this particular location, the 1510, it is the only 3-story one. So I understand that people are concerned about that, the height and the scale of that. But true to form, he is following the guidelines. The project is following the site. It is stepping down the hillside. The city does not allow big straight up homes anymore on a graded flat pad. That does not meet with the current design guidelines for the city. Now you must follow the topography of the site. So what he is doing here is actually following the guidelines as laid down in the city's codes. So in that way, I believe that he is actually doing it correctly, and I think that he is, in this particular case, 1510, I think it is done well, actually. The garage is very well set back from the edge line of the lower stories. From the perspective of the people who are in the homes below, you probably won't even see the garage. You'll see the edge of the second story there for the living quarters, but you won't see the garage. Your properties are all 15 to probably 25 feet below the level of the bottom floor there. So the sight line will not really allow you to see that third story element. And from the perspective of La Vista, everything looks like a 1-story. So again, that's very much in keeping with, the perspective of the local context along the street where the houses are located. And through a combination of setbacks and landscaping, and which I will also encourage taller landscaping buffers between the homes to help shield as much of that and create as much privacy as possible. I think that that's appropriate to the guidelines. So from that perspective, I think that's with regard to 1510. I agree with the notion that we should suggest a earth-toned color scheme, that whites, blacks, we need to discourage that and get it more into the earth-toned colors. I believe this one had the glass garage door, which I would definitely encourage it to not have a reflective glass. It should be a matte finish, so it's not a highly shiny garage door. I would encourage, although I don't think this needs to be a condition, rather than using actual wood elements on the exterior, because this is a high fire zone, consider wood-like materials. I think, stone cladding, clay tiles as they are used are appropriate. Generally, the color scheme is good, except, keeping it to the earth tones. And lighting, I definitely think we should make sure that we're covering that in our conditions, that lighting should be restricted to entryways, doorways, pathways, staircases, and they should be shielded lights so that they are not overlighting facades, not creating a lot of light pollution in the neighborhood. So with that, those are my comments here. Again, I support moving the project forward with conditions. That's 1510. Thank you.
Board Member Castellani, would you like to go?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Halajian. Thank you, everyone. Like board members well said, thank you everyone for coming here. You've been part of a very long meeting, so thank you for participating from start to finish. It's good when a lot of the community members come, especially, concerned communities, and we get to hear their voices as well. But I do think, like Board Member Welch said, this applicant does have a right to build on this home. So from our standpoint, that's what we're going to look at, is like the design and all that stuff to ensure that it's compatible with the home. I go by this area very often, so I know very well how the area is. I do, when I saw Mr. Malikian was the one who was, the architect, I was really happy to see that, because we do, Mr. Malikian has done a great job with the design of the house, and I do agree that it's kind of like incorporated into with the oak trees and stuff and making it more nature. I think you've done a great job with that. But the community did bring up some concerns in regards to privacy. So those are a couple things that we need to ensure. I know that Mr. Malikian did bring that point up, that, they're open to having, privacy plants. So if there are any, I don't know if we can make it a condition or not, but we should have, some sort of privacy plans, especially with the community member that brought up that, you're seeing straight up. So if we could add some of those, that would be great. In regards to the tree preservation, I know there's a condition already in there for it, and there are, like I said, the city of Glendale has very strict rules when it comes to building around oak trees. So you can also contact the city if there's anything that does come up. Regarding traffic, those are things that are not in our purview here, but there is a whole separate check for that as well. So if you do have any questions, please feel free to reach out to staff for that one. And then for lighting, I wanted to ensure as well that there's no lighting that's going down into the canyon as well, because I know the house is on Wabasso. We don't want to ensure that no lights go into their backyard. But overall, I am in support of this project. I think, Mr. Malikian, you've done a great job, and the community should be happy that, there's a good house that's coming into the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Castellani. Board Member Lacroix.
I would just like to reiterate what my colleague said. I think overall I support this design of this particular site. I appreciate staff describing the process and just what really is in our purview, and is that is the design guidelines, and Mr. Malikian is following the design guidelines. In fact, I do see homes with slopes this steep that look much more massive. He's done a good job of setting back that top story, so the lower levels are 60 feet from the nearest residence, and then that top one is even almost 30 feet further. So that's almost 80 feet from the houses below. And so I think, as others mentioned, with actual perspective, it's going to be hard to see that third level, and it'll appear more like a two-story home. And that top story is kept it very small. So overall, I support this project. It has less impact on the trees, and also in terms of safety. Again, those things are reviewed thoroughly by the fire department after us. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Lacroix. As far as my thoughts on this project, again, I thank you for the staff for putting all this information together. I'm sure it wasn't easy, and thank you for the community for coming together, expressing their support or their concerns. We take those very seriously, and we consider all of them, even though most of the concerns, the safety concerns that was brought up here, it's not in our purview, as some of the board members here expressed. But just to reiterate, runoff safety, yes, development will help to minimize the runoff. The applicant is proposing to put some type of detention system or retention system, and then pumping the water into the storm drain. Although it would be maybe a consideration to, if it's in our purview, I think it should be part of the civil plans that the applicant is going to submit. But if a retention basin is considered and a redundant system is considered for site runoff. That way the water stays on site and addresses the neighbors' safety concerns. In terms of privacy, again, we can make it a consideration to encourage the applicant to put more trees or plant more trees and rather than shrubs. So that's something that we can discuss a little bit more. In terms of size and scale and using the site topography to create a design, I think it meets all the design guidelines that are established by the city of Glendale. And the applicant or the architect is no stranger to our requirements here, so this is not his first project that was brought up to. And he's done a very nice job implementing the site and incorporating his design to the site conditions. So I think there was some concerns about the bedrock, this foundation, is bedrock enough? I mean, as a structural engineer, I'll tell you, bedrock is where you need your foundations. It cannot get better than that. So those are my thoughts. Overall, I'm in support of the project. And regarding other safety concerns, whether it's traffic, egress and access, the applicant is going to go through another maybe half a dozen or dozen of approvals to comply with all the codes and regulations, whether that's city, state, and other environmental agencies. So those are my thoughts, and with that, if we would like to add to any of the conditions or considerations.
Well, I think the conditions already pretty well covered everything. I think the only one that we might supplement or amend is condition number 3, which was talking about landscape lighting. I think that we should amend that to include referencing to what we discussed, that there should be no excessive facade lighting, shielded lights located only by doorways, pathways, etc.
And perhaps warm color temperatures.
Sure.
That was something else that was brought up.
I have a few items, so let me kind of go over a little bit. Obviously, it sounds like we're going to keep the condition number 1 that was originally suggested, to specify the height of the 9 retaining wall. It's pretty generic, so sounds like we're keeping that. Providing details of all junctions, sounds like we're going to keep that. Going back to the lighting, we're going to modify that condition. I did have it written as follows: to call out site/landscaping lighting on the site plan and show light fixtures on the building, limiting their location to entry and patio balcony doors. But I was also thinking what Mr. Welch mentioned we can add on, which is to providing a cover or shield to avoid spillover or overlighting the structure. Well, something to that effect, correct? Okay. So we'll amend that. We have a correction condition to identify downspouts on the building, so we'll keep that to properly show the drainage. I guess we could probably modify that because unless there's a need, but it sounds like there is some internal drainage, but we just wanted more details basically, so we can include that just for staff review.
Yeah, because that ties in with the whole site drainage and all the concerns of the
Okay,
community.
so we'll just keep it as is. And then I'll get to that comment or condition in a minute. So number 5 was to further enhance the visual screening and privacy, incorporate additional tall landscaping, I guess we could put in parentheses like trees, around the base of the deck, like the pool deck. I guess we could incorporate that. To reduce its visibility from the street, below and surrounding properties, but I also heard some additional comments regarding introducing tall planting also along the perimeter of the property adjacent to these neighboring properties. So again, to further respect the privacy of the adjacent homes. So we'll modify that to add that additional condition. Okay. So the next comment was that the applicant shall comply with all the various departmental comments, so that'll stay. it sounds like. They have to do that anyways. To revise the color palette using more earth tone or warm hues rather than white.
Correct.
And that would apply throughout.
Correct.
Okay. The applicant shall comply, excuse me, hold on. The applicant shall work with the project civil engineer, properly addressing on-site drainage, containing all drainage on the property.
And having a redundant system, so if a pump fails in an event, there's a system in place that won't drain to the neighboring properties. And however they want to design that, that's up to the civil engineer.
Okay, so having a redundant system, I'm not familiar with that term, but is that, okay.
That's a general term that the design team will
Okay, so they
perfectly
know,
understand.
but I'll mention that like that. So I'm not going to add anything further as to provide a thorough site drainage plan prior to building, because that's going to be done. So the way it's worded, I'm just going to repeat it just to make sure. The first part, that the applicant shall work with the civil engineer, properly addressing on-site drainage, containing all drainage on the property, and having a redundant system. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, I just want to modify, not all, all water needs to be drained on site, because, to be fair to the applicant.
Understood. So how about I just remove the word all?
Yes.
And just containing drainage on the property? Okay. I did hear a comment about that the garage door not have a reflective type material, but rather opaque? Or,
It's a non-reflective.
okay, I'll just say
surface.
non-reflective. I didn't have anything else. I think I captured everything unless I missed anything.
I think there was a comment about not having interior lighting, shining onto neighboring properties. So maybe we can incorporate that
Oh,
into
from the interior, from the house,
from
from
the house,
inside? Okay.
particularly on the back side of the house, so not a lot of excessive, any floodlights and stuff like that that would shine onto the neighboring properties below.
Okay. We'll just, how about catch-all, like that the property not have any interior or exterior lighting that will cause any additional lighting down the hillside?
Right.
Perfect.
Okay. Other than that, I think we've got everything covered.
Okay.
So do we have a motion?
I'll motion to approve with the following conditions.
Okay. That was a motion by Board Member Kaskanian.
Second the motion.
And that was a second by Board Member Lockeroff. It would be the conditions that we captured and we went through together, existing and, the ones that were in the report as modified, and the additional ones that the board added.
Yep.
Okay, so that was a motion by Board Member Kaskanian, a second by Board Member Welch. This is a roll call to approve the I'm sorry, it's 8:49 in the evening, I'm sorry, long day. Second by Board Member Lockeroff. Roll call. Board Member Kaskanian.
Yes.
Board Member Lockeroff.
Yes.
Board Member Welch.
Yes.
Chair Halajian.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0, approved with conditions. So that was for 1510, PDR case number 005-460-2025. So now we will move on to the next one, and I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Thanks. I'll just allow you to proceed with your deliberations on 1516 and take any notes on the comments. You have staff's suggested conditions here on the screen, so I'm all ears.
Board Member Lockroff, would you like to do the honors this time? Sure. Yeah.
Again, I think aesthetically, this meets the design guidelines again, and it's minimal in its design. I think my primary concern with this one is that super huge oak tree, and that's where I'm more on the fence on how we would condition this to to be protective of the tree. And I would love to hear from my colleagues on that as well. But for instance, perhaps they could set the grade beam and piles back further, and cantilever the structure more. That's one option, and I know it's costly, but the other option is, as Board Member Welsh had mentioned earlier, is taking advantage of some of the other portion of the site. Yeah, so I'd love to hear what my colleagues have to say about this one in particular, and yeah.
Board Member Welsh, would you like to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and like Ms. Lockeroff, this is the one that I'm a little bit more on the fence with, just because the size and scale of that tree seems quite different from how all of the other trees are impacted on the other projects. And even though it's the most modest of them, I mean, in all other respects, I think I would be perfectly happy with it. But I am very concerned about that impact on that tree. When I visited the site, I happened to see how the story poles were really running through that tree, and I'm all, oh, I've never seen that one before. Usually they're well away from a tree that prominent. So it does give me pause. And this would be one, when I was originally thinking about this, and Mr. Milliken made some very good points in terms of the site planning, that's, in his opinion, that this is really the most beneficial site from mitigating impacts on the location. And, I can't call him wrong, but it still seems to me that we have a conflict here that I am not sure is sufficiently mitigated. I'm not, an expert. I'll be the first to admit it, but I understand where there's a lot of concern about this one.
Thank you, Board Member Cascania.
Yeah, I'm in support of the project. I mean, the concerns with the oak tree that were brought up. I know Mr. Milliken brought up, we brought up about the balcony, if there's a way to cut it, but there was, even with the floor plan, moving it really didn't make sense because it would be more grading and whatnot. So overall, I'm in support of the project. I do get your guys' concern in regards to the oak tree. But if there is like a plan in place to preserve as much of the oak tree as possible, or to, in general, to preserve it, then yes. I don't know. If I know you had a recommendation yourself, Board Member Lockriff, but what we have in front of us right here, right now, I'm personally okay with the project moving forward.
If I may, Board Member, maybe we can put a condition to have the structural drawings an alternate design in case they encounter like a box around it or cantilever, box the foundation around the tree roots or cantilever the structure. I don't know if it's in that we have that jurisdiction or that's in our purview, but something that the applicant or the design team can have a detail included in the structural set or in the architectural set for that matter, to have an alternate design in case this tree, the foundations are encroaching in, tree roots.
I mean, I'm not sure that does anything because
Yeah.
they're going to have to do that anyway if they hit a root, so.
Right, yeah, I think, I almost want to condition it such that we do bring back the foundation further or leave it open to the architect to explore designing on the, in a different orientation. I would almost rather excavation versus getting close to the tree. That's, if or slightly more tiers or, so that's, I love the design. It's just, again, trying to, that's just a ginormous tree. So that's why I'm having a
This
hard
is one
time
of
with it.
those cases where the technical application
Right.
of the zoning guidelines, zoning code, forces it into a box that it would be better if we allowed the house to be taller or encroaching a little bit or something to enable it to be worked better. But, he's in a box that he can't really avoid. And, I think a condition to do a higher level of cantilevering to remove the piles from a further distance, I think that's within our purview. It's part of the design. So I think that's something we can condition.
Okay.
So if that's what everybody is okay with.
Yeah, if I could just flesh it out a little bit, just kind of try to summarize the conversation, because again, we circled back on the tree once the story poles went up, and both our arborist and the applicant's arborist took another look at it again. I think was what I'm hearing from Alan, there's opportunity to potentially move the grade beam further in so it goes more than that 10'9". There's also potential opportunities to space the piles a little bit differently so they're not 8 feet apart on center. You can move one a little bit over left, right if you encounter any significant oaks. So those to me seem like potential options to preserve this tree, which again is integral to this specific project. Just to kind of put some of the ideas out there, moving the grade beam, adjusting the spacing of the piles, to enhance, the viability of this tree, adding on to what our city expert and the applicant expert have also sort of thrown out there and made as their own recommendations.
Well, I think it's just important for us to make it clear that, if they do have to result in an additional cantilevering of the structure, that we're okay with that, because sometimes you might think, oh, that has to go back to DRB. But, if that is the case, then I think we would be okay with that. So, and so maybe we have to phrase it in that way,
Do you have a suggestion, I guess, in the matter, or?
No.
Okay. I'm fine either way.
The arborist, I think, has I don't know if we can.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm eager to hear your professional opinion. Yes.
We wrote the report knowing that the tree could have been removed. Legally, they could remove it to build the house. We did everything to look at it and how to protect it. We could do a mitigation of adding a replacement of 2 trees, 4 trees, regardless of the tree as it stands, leaving the tree and then putting an additional 2 or 4 trees, or 6 trees, whatever it may be. Because it's such a steep hillside, big trees are not better. A 36 box is not better, 24 inches better, and a 15 is actually better on this type of a steep slope. So we can put in, X number of trees that, to serve, with a 3-year bond kind of a thing. That way, should something happen with the tree, you still have, replacement that comes up in
Would
time.
that be oak tree?
Yeah, same variety.
Species.
Same species. And that's a fair, that's a fair thing. It's not an unfair burden to the developer, and it protects the city to have something of value to, in time.
With the condition that they're going to do everything possibly can to protect the tree.
Safe, but they'll still plant these, regardless, that way you have it. I mean, it's, it helps both sides, and it's a fair thing. But saying a 48-inch box tree is wrong, because that tree is not right for that steep hill.
Yeah.
So you guys can choose, I would say, a 15-gallon or 24, a mix of 15s and 24s.
Okay.
Knowing that they're not giving any visual screening at the moment, but they will provide in time and, in life.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
I just want to assure everyone, cantilevering, extending the cantilever, it is possible. We're talking about from 10 to 11 feet to maybe 14, 15 feet. It is not an impossible task. We're also going to hand dig every single pile that is going in the first 4 feet. It's going to be hand dug, as Paul explained. So we're not really going there with the machines and just drilling down we're going to be paying attention to every root, every pile that is going in. So adding another couple of feet into the cantilever, I don't think that's going to make a huge difference as an engineer, so.
Okay, thank you. So I guess to rebuttal this point a little bit more, so let's introduce the condition of cantilevering it.
Yes.
And in case something does happen, the applicant is offering to plant additional trees, and that would be the condition.
Or we can put a condition to add more trees regardless.
Regardless.
As
I think we
a
should,
mitigation.
yeah.
Which I think is fine, but I think that's, generally speaking, you know, rewriting that condition to follow the arborist's recommendations, including, if necessary, to adjusting the structure so that there's more cantilever in case they run into, you know, a heavy concentration of roots in the area that they're trying to put their piles. So,
I'm fine with that.
so you want to add more trees too?
I think in
put
terms
more
of,
trees?
in terms of privacy, that's something we wanted to add anyways on the site. So I do think that's a good condition to add some down.
Not specific, are we talking specific oak trees?
Yeah, typically,
Yes.
we would
Yeah.
condition that they would put oak
Replace.
trees, but those don't grow that fast, so.
Yeah,
they're
and that's
very
that's the
slow.
challenge with, if
Yeah.
it does get lost, they don't grow
Yeah.
very quickly. And so I think having that cantilever is
Yeah.
important to have as a condition.
It's also, you know, to be fair to the applicant, you know, a lot of the times neighbors are complaining about privacy. Well, neighbors can plant trees too for their own privacy. So that's,
Yeah.
let me make that point. So, anyway.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a consensus, add a couple trees
Yeah.
as a mitigation,
Sure.
throw
And
in that.
cantilever.
And throw in that cantilever as an acceptable alternative for foundations is part of the following of the arborists, you know, recommendations for protection of the trees.
So again, if let me try to restate this because I'm following where you're going. So comply with the updated recommendations of the arborist and the applicant arborist, and including, if necessary, the relocation of the grade beam and/or the piles to ensure sufficient clearance from the trunk of the oak.
Even if that increases the cantilever involved.
Right.
Up to 14 feet, I mean, is what we were hearing, so
Okay.
I mean, I think.
And then add
Yeah.
a minimum of how many oak trees? I guess this would be an independent condition. It would be a separate condition.
Separate
We say
condition.
two.
Two?
Minimum 15-inch box trees. 15 gallon.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they're pretty small. And our, in terms,
Do we have a condition for adding tall landscaping?
yes, that was the other one.
Yes. And we should have lighting as a condition.
Okay.
Same as.
Comparable.
Picking up the same conditions.
The same conditions.
Okay.
Color, lighting, all
Color,
of that.
lighting, tall landscaping. Mhm.
Oh, and then I don't know if you guys want to include for the glass railings, like that, the glaze.
Not reflect, or not see-through.
Yeah, not see-through for, especially like down here. I know there was a lot of privacy concerns that were brought up.
Yeah, the owner can add a tint or
Yeah,
maybe.
like some sort of tint.
Spandrel glass, if you will. I mean,
You can make it a
Yeah,
consideration, yeah.
Yeah.
So the cantilever is only if they encounter root conditions, is what
Correct,
we're
yeah,
hearing?
yeah.
That would be, okay. Just,
Motion to approve.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the following conditions.
A second.
Seconded by Board Member Welch. Roll call vote. Commissioner, Board Member Lockereff?
yes, I'm really on the fence, but with that cantilever in place, I almost want that to be an actual condition to be mandated, but I know that we're already past that. Yeah,
It's-
yeah, and it's, yeah.
We're not, if you,
Yeah.
we're not,
Would
so-
you guys be okay if we require the cantilever? I'm just very concerned about.
I'm okay with that,
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
So
that'd be great.
it's- yeah.
Okay, I'd like to have it as an actual, yeah, moving the,
So no longer if necessary, it'll be a requirement to increase the cantilever to.
Correct.
To,
to mitigate,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
to protect the tree.
An amendment, do you accept the amendment
Yes.
here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
then yes. Thank you.
So we have a motion, we have a second. The condition will be to require moving the cantilever further away from the trunk, just to make sure I captured it correctly. Okay, thank you. Moving down the line, Board Member Koskanian,
Yes.
Board Member Welch,
Yes.
Chair Halajian.
Yes.
Project is approved, 401.
Okay. Last but not least.
Open your board deliberation on 1520 La Vista. Here are the conditions, staff's conditions from the report.
So implementing the previous conditions with light
Lights,
and color.
privacy.
Private.
I believe there was a concern regarding the garage door.
Window.
The window,
Yeah.
the window that the fellow community member brought up, so I want to ensure that's also addressed.
I think if my notes are correct, he almost would like not to have
He
a
didn't
window.
want a
Yes.
window,
Yes,
so
yes.
as is was good, yeah.
So,
Well, I would still like to have something done about the large expanse of stucco on those garage walls. So it doesn't have to be windows, it could be a fake window, it could be some material adjustment. It's just a very large blank wall hanging out there. So I'd prefer to see something done on that. And I'm open to people's suggestions about that. Maybe we can just create a condition that says applicant to work with staff to do something to the, I believe it's 2 exterior walls of the garage that are visible to other properties to, break up the massive expanse of stucco.
Honestly, I would even consider siding or, some other material, if it wasn't wood, the actual wood, but the other
They
could be,
use
yeah.
siding or some combination of materials.
And it would help break up the
Or a
mass.
fake window or material changes
Yeah.
for those walls.
probably, because siding now, I mean, we're introducing another material in addition to the stone and the stucco and the wood, and now.
I'm sure Mr. Milliken can come up with some
He'll come up
with
ideas
some.
to help break up the massing there. It's not necessary. I think that you can come up with something.
A false window is fine with opaque glass that you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
see
yeah.
through, that's perfectly fine. So maybe working with the staff is, and it seems like Mr. Merlikin has already some suggestions, so.
But I mean, if we can just deliberate a little bit on the
Yes.
design, because we haven't really talked about it. I just wanted to say, I particularly like this design. I think doing the split apart garage is a really good way to address the curvilinear nature of the front property line that you've got here. So it really turns the corner there. So I quite like what you've done there. I think it makes a lot of sense. And even though it's there's a lot of roof forms in there, I think they're kept to a minimum. And I think it does a good job, again, following the topography. You're doing everything that we need to do and see in a hillside site like this. I know that we're removing trees here, oak trees, but we're replacing oak trees. None of them were as big and ginormous as the one I think we were very worried about on the 1516 site. So I think generally speaking, the work that has been done here is very nicely done. I think all of the conditions that we talked about on the others in terms of a neutral toned color, you know, overlighting the facade, you know, limit that.
Landscaping.
I don't remember what the garage door substance here was, but this was just the wood. So, you know, that's about it.
Yeah. Would you like to elaborate on the design overall?
No, I concur. I think a lot of the other standards that we mentioned on the prior projects apply here. Especially, I think on this one, especially the color on the back would help a lot to help with the massing, to bring more natural tones in. Yeah, no, I don't have anything. I think I agree that the way that this is broken up is nice, and that I also appreciate holistically that all three structures aren't cookie cutter. You know, they're not identical to each other in terms of their scale and proportion and how they're broken up. It's nicely done. So that I think, yeah, and it meets our guidelines. So yeah, support it as well.
Anything to?
No, nothing to add. I mean, I'm generally in agreement with this project as well. Mr. Malikian, great job on this one also. Thank you very much. I'm excited to see this one come alive.
And likewise, and I want to echo Board Member Zlakrov, I do appreciate that all these three projects are kind of unique in their own way. You know, it's not a cookie cutter. And I kind of like bird's eye view. I see a planter in front of this garage, but not, yeah, there you go. I think that's a nice touch there too. So, but I didn't see it from that previous rendering, but that's okay. A planter will be there. I think that's the design intent, yeah. So with that, any additional conditions that we need to add or considerations?
No, can we just get a read back of what the conditions are?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, so staff initially had 3 conditions that's listed. And then in addition to that, what you suggested for the first project is basically to use earth tone colors. The lighting conditions you had specified, tall landscaping, and the applicant to work with staff for the garage wall by introducing perhaps a different material. But one other question I had, what about the condition in terms of site runoff that you specified for the first project? Would you like to include that as well?
Yes, I think
for
we should
this?
include that, yes.
Okay,
yes.
very good. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move that the project be approved with those conditions.
Very good. We have a motion from Board Member Welch, second from Board Member Kaskanian. We'll take a roll call vote. Board Member Welch?
Yes.
Board Member Luckriff?
Yes.
Board Member Kaskanian?
Yes.
And Chair Halajian?
Yes.
The motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second, yeah.
I will. Meeting is adjourned at 9:14 p.m.
Thank you.